Chapter 5167. The others were also disdainful, as though they were gods looking down on rats in the sewers. Bai Yusheng couldn't bear to hear those harsh words. However, when he thought about what had happened to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If he didn't know Lin Ling and Lin Ling attacked him, he wouldn't be so resentful. But he really treated Lin Ling as a close friend. He couldn't accept being betrayed by a close friend. Lin Ling, quickly tell them that this is a misunderstanding. Feng Imo Yang felt heartache for Lin Ling. Those words were like daggers stabbing into her heart, making her anxious. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. He glanced at all the ugly faces. Strangely, he couldn't feel any anger. First, these people were Feng Imo Yang's friends. Second, these people were only late-stage Saint Universe gods. They were like ants. Who would care about being pointed at by ants? Lin Ling had fought 3 godly races. Other than deity universe gods, who could enter his eyes? Of course, although he didn't care, he was still impatient. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yusheng and he sighed. He didn't expect Bai Yusheng to misunderstand him. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he let it go. He had received a request from his teacher to help Bai Yusheng once, and this request had been completed. Perhaps when they met again in the future, Bai Yusheng would already be his teacher's disciple. By then, any misunderstanding would have been cleared. And if Bai Yusheng wasn't qualified to be his teacher's disciple, then he might not see Bai Yusheng again in his life. Since that was the case, a misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. I have nothing to say, Feng Imo Yang. This Dao pagoda isn't easy to walk on. Be careful. I'm leaving. Lin Ling turned and left. Senior sister and the 12-winged Yang god weren't in the town, and Bai Yusheng had already woken up. There was no point in staying. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling turn and leave, Feng Imo Yang felt her heart break. The apology she suppressed in her heart couldn't be spoken for a long time. She knew that she had once again hurt Lin Ling's heart. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware that Lin Ling didn't care about all of this at all. Just like when he was in the chaos dimension all those years ago, he didn't care even if everyone misunderstood him. After all, they'd only met by chance. Feng Moyang wanted to chase after Lin Ling so that Lin Ling wouldn't leave, but in the end, she couldn't take a single step. This was because she didn't know what identity she should use to keep Lin Ling. After all, they were no longer husband and wife. You think you can leave just like that, you filthy rat? Senior apprentice brother Yu frowned. Originally, he wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, or even smile apologetically, but Lin Ling's reaction was too calm, as if they were a group of children. Children playing around, why would an adult care? This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What right did a god with an impure bloodline have to pretend to be arrogant? Senior brother Yu. The other people's faces also darkened. They all sensed Lin Ling's mood. Stay here for me. Senior apprentice brother Yu took a step forward, exploding with a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Ling. He was a late-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god and came from the primal chaos dimension's deity generation. He believed that he could easily crush a small god in the Dao Tower. Not to mention other things, even though he didn't kill crazily during his cultivation in the deity generation, his strength had increased tremendously. He's only an early-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god. His realm is definitely unstable, and his strength is exaggerated. How can he be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Yu? Senior Apprentice Brother Yu is an invincible existence among the Saint Giant Cosmos gods. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Yu make a move, the others were delighted, looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling kneeling down. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng Moyang anxiously shouted because she knew how powerful Senior Apprentice Brother Yu was. Scram! In front, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He didn't even look back, but his soft words were like the might of the heavens. A powerful aura, mixed with soul energy, fleshly body energy, and deity energy, rushed toward Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. Senior Apprentice Brother Yu only took one step forward, and when he took the second step, it was as if he was suppressed by an endless mountain, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. Cold sweat poured down his back. In a short moment, he felt as if he had been fighting for several centuries. This feeling was as if he was fighting against a deity giant cosmos god. How is this possible? He let out a low shout, and his whole body trembled as if he had a fever. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was still trembling. It was an extremely comical scene. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. With just one word, a noble god from the primal chaos dimension was smashed to the ground. This was too fast. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. He was sweating like rain, and it was as if he had walked a circle around the cliff of death. At this moment, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. Ironically, he had previously thought that Lin Ling was a rat in the sewers. His strength was dirty, and his realm was exaggerated. But now, it seemed that he was even worse than a rat in the sewers. He could only be called a cockroach. Lin Ling gradually walked further and further away, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. "Yusheng, you're awake." On the road behind him, a beautiful woman was walking quickly, her face full of surprise. When Bai Yusheng heard the familiar voice, his whole body trembled. He slowly turned around, and then saw the figure of his dreams. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "Hey, Hang Yi." His voice was trembling, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Why would Hang Yi appear here? Wasn't she captured by the three deity clans? Subconsciously, Bai Yusheng rushed over and hugged the woman in white, afraid that everything was an illusion and would disappear at any time. The woman in white was also very happy. She hugged Bai Yusheng, as if she was afraid of losing him again. "You're finally awake. Hang Yi, why are you here? Also, why am I here? Where are the three deity clans? What's going on? Don't worry, I know you have a lot of mysteries in your heart. I'll tell you. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling and the rest?" "Lin Ling, you know Lin Ling? I saw him. I chased him away." The two of them hugged and talked. However, after Bai Yusheng finished speaking, Hang Yi's expression changed. She looked at Bai Yusheng and frowned. "You chased Lin Ling away? Why?" "Humph, that despicable person is my friend on the surface, but in fact, he's a lackey of the three deity clans. When I was in Volcanic Mountain City, I saw him join the Nine Conch clan. He must have wanted to destroy me. At that time, I was kind, so I didn't fall out with him. However, ever since I was surrounded by countless gods, I've completely thought it through. In this universe, there are no principles at all. There are only benefits. So I chided him fiercely before. It was very satisfying." Bai Yusheng laughed excitedly. Thinking of what had happened before, he still felt dripping with joy. However, he did not see that Hang Yi, who was in front of him, trembled and her face darkened. She gritted her teeth and finally slapped Bai Yusheng hard on the face. "You, fool." Chapter 5168. "Hang Yi, what do you mean by this?" Bai Yusheng caressed his cheek in disbelief. The woman he loved the most had slapped him? She had slapped him for Lin Ling? "Bai Yusheng, I always thought that you were a man. I didn't expect you to be so muddle-headed. Have you ever thought about why you're here? Why am I here? Why are you safe and sound after being chased by the three great celestial tribes?" Hang Yi said coldly. Bai Yusheng frowned. He had always been puzzled by this question. "It's Lin Ling." Hang Yi said again, "You said that Lin Ling betrayed you. Do you know that when we were captured by the three great celestial tribes, Lin Ling secretly saved us?" He even gave up his life and was surrounded in the volcanic mountain city. In the end, he faced the three great celestial tribes. What? Bai Yusheng exploded. Feng Moyang's body trembled. Lin Ling did not betray that man. In that battle, Lin Ling fought the three great celestial tribes and almost died. In the end, he survived with the help of senior sister Jianghu. Bai Yusheng, before you mock others, have you ever thought that they were just strangers who were willing to risk their lives for you? Do you have the cheek to mock others? We were able to reunite because of Lin Ling's help. We were able to escape from the 5th level because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling and senior sister Jianghu killed all the three great celestial tribes on the 5th level. Heng Yi said through gritted teeth. At the end of her sentence, she was so emotional that her eyes were wet. Bai Yusheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was his benefactor who had saved him and allowed him to reunite with his wife. As for him, not only did he not thank Lin Ling, he even hit Lin Ling when he was down. Slap slap slap. Thinking of this, he gave himself 3 hard slaps. He was not human. Quick, find Lin Ling and apologize. Brother Lin Ling is not a petty person. He will definitely forgive you. Heng Yi hurriedly said. Bai Yusheng was moved to tears. It turned out that this ruthless universe had friends and people with principles. He was wrong. He quickly brought Heng Yi to look for Lin Ling. And when Feng Moyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she also couldn't hold it in any longer. She no longer paid attention to her fellow disciples and went to find Lin Ling. The remaining people were all silent. After learning about Bai Yusheng's situation, they felt extremely filthy and inferior to Lin Ling's nobility. On the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He didn't care about what had happened before. On the contrary, he was informing the 12-winged Yang God and senior sister Jianghu. Lin Ling, you're back. The first to respond to Lin Ling was the 12-winged Yang God. They had agreed on a place to meet, but when they were waiting for senior sister Jianghu, she seemed to have been delayed by something. Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were both very puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to senior sister. They hurried to where senior sister was. After a long time, at the bottom of a magnificent mountain, powerful forces collided. Sand and stones flew everywhere. 2 figures collided in a huge light shield. One of them was Jianghu, and the other was an acquaintance. It was young Master Ming. Their previous battle had been interrupted. Now that they met again, naturally, neither of them was willing to admit defeat. How long have they been fighting? It seems that it has been a long time. The 12-winged Yang God said with a frown. It seems that they have to decide who is better, but I have a feeling that neither of them has used their trump cards. Lin Ling said. The two of them just watched quietly like this. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh sounded out, as expected of Jianghu. This strength is only stronger than mine, not weaker. Young Master Ming, you are also very good. A crisp voice came out of Jianghu's mouth. How about this? The battle between us probably won't be decided for more than 10 years. This battle will stop for the time being. Young Master Ming said lightly, then looked at Jianghu. Jianghu also noticed the arrival of Lin Ling and Feng Moyang, and finally nodded. The two of them looked at each other and counted. When the third time was over, they withdrew their power at the same time and retreated at the same time. After all, their power was too strong. If one of them didn't withdraw their power, the other would definitely be injured. The reason why Jianghu dared to withdraw her power was mainly because Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were here. No matter what happened, Lin Ling and Feng Moyang would take care of her. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, we meet again. After young Master Ming retreated, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Young Master Ming. Lin Ling greeted him. I see that the three of you are quite strong. Are you interested in going to the 6th level? The 6th level is the world of the gods. Ordinary gods can't go there easily. I know of a place with treasures, but it has been occupied by the gods. If the four of us join forces, we might be able to get a share. Young Master Ming suddenly laughed. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and analyzed the authenticity of this news. After all, young Master Ming's origin was mysterious, and they didn't see him often. It was normal to be cautious. Don't worry. I, young Master Ming, have many opponents. I don't need to fight with you. Moreover, not everyone can be invited by me. At least you have to have a certain level of strength. One of you is a powerful god from the Chaos realm. One of you is the host of the will of the world, and the other is the outstanding talent of the Sun God race. You have all met my requirements. Young Master Ming laughed. What treasure is it? Jianghu asked. The 6th level has 18 dragon mountains. There are dragon stones that are not weaker than chaos stones. This kind of treasure is rarer than fate. It is very suitable for us to cultivate. You should also know that the fate on the 5th level has a limit. If you refine too much of it, the fate will disappear. The effect will be weaker each time. If you want to increase your strength again, you can only rely on something more precious than fate. Young Master Ming said. Lin Ling, what do you think? Jianghu immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling pondered. He felt that young Master Ming was right. Now that they were on par with their opponents on the 5th level, fate wouldn't be of much help. It was better to move forward. Okay, we agree. Jianghu nodded. I knew you would agree. After all, you are not like ordinary gods. Ordinary gods will only stick to the rules and think that staying on the safer 5th level will slowly increase their strength. They have no idea that in the higher levels of the Dao Tower, their strength will increase faster. After a long time, the gap between them and others will be bigger. Young Master Ming laughed. Wait, I have a few friends coming. Let's wait for them. Lin Ling suddenly realized something and immediately suggested. That's fine, but they must be very strong. If they are too weak, they will only be a burden. I will make it clear in advance. I will not forgive anyone who spoils everyone's good things. Young Master Ming was still laughing, but his voice had a touch of coldness. Chapter 5169. After a long time, several figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lei Gong. Behind him were Little Luan, Longnyang, Daoist master of many treasures, and of course, Yellow Emperor and the others were also present. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Since entering the 5th floor, they had been communicating with Lin Ling, and now they finally met. Not bad, your strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling looked at them happily. He could feel the changes in their strength. Among them, Lei Gong and the others improved the most. After all, they were the hosts of the will of the world, followed by Yellow Emperor and the others. The 5th floor has a destiny martial competition. Anyone below the late stage of the universe giant god saint realm can participate. You can get a lot of destiny. Go and participate. We'll wait for you here. When you return, we'll go to the 6th floor together. Lin Ling explained his purpose and then roughly explained the characteristics of the destiny martial competition. There's such a thing? They were all very curious. After chatting with Lin Ling for a while, they all left to participate in the destiny martial competition. Lin Ling watched them leave. He knew that after the destiny martial competition, everyone's strength would increase again. Waiting is so boring. I hope they can hurry up. Young Master Ming had seen that Lei Gong and the others were not weak, so he tacitly agreed to their participation. However, waiting was boring, so he let Lin Ling walk around casually. And, Lin Ling was very surprised that young Master Ming would call him. He did not hesitate and walked with young Master Ming. They walked along the mountain range casually and chatted casually. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much after meeting on the first floor. Now, the 3 godly clans on the 5th floor have been destroyed by you. In the second half of the Dao Pagoda, you finally have some fame. Young Master said vaguely with a blade of grass in his mouth. Isn't every floor of the Dao Pagoda sealed? How did they know? Lin Ling asked. The second half of the Dao Pagoda is actually another world, a world at the pinnacle of the universe, so there is a way to obtain all kinds of information. For example, which race is rising, which rising star is dominating a region, all the major god races and gods will know. Now that you've destroyed the 3 great god clans on the 5th floor, you've already entered the eyes of the myriad sea race. Killing you is inevitable. Of course, there are many comet-like gods like you in the second half of the Dao Tower, so they're only paying a little attention to you. Their main attention is not on you. Young Master Ming said with a smile. Is the second half of the Dao Pagoda so crazy? Lin Ling looked at the sky. He suddenly felt very curious about what was beyond the 5th layer. Of course, the closer you get to the end, the crazier the battle will be. Now, there are a large number of gods on the 6th floor. The 8th floor is estimated to be the core battlefield of all the gods. As for the 9th floor, no one has entered yet. Young Master Ming explained, this Dao Pagoda represents the chaotic realm of the universe. Its degree of mystery is beyond imagination. It is said that the hardships encountered on the 8th or 7th floor are beyond imagination. There is even a return to the beginning, which is to return to the deepest memory of your life, and then go through thousands of tribulations. Otherwise, why do you think no one has reached the end of the Dao Pagoda for so many years? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9th floor of the Dao Pagoda was really difficult. You can be considered to have entered later, but you've already reached the 5th floor. You should know that many gods are still lingering before the 5th floor. Moreover, a large number of gods have begun to enter the Dao Pagoda from the chaotic realm. When the time comes, the competition will be even more intense. Young Master said again. Why are you telling me this? We are obviously destined opponents. You reminded me that in the future, we will fight sooner or later. Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Young Master Ming stopped and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Although we are destined opponents, I have more opponents. There are many people who are stronger than you. Now, you can't threaten me. Taking a step back, you can really threaten me, but your main target will not be me. Dipankara Buddha, Tong Tian, they are your number 1 enemies. And I am the same. I also have my number 1 enemy among the 9 stars of the universe. Ling suddenly understood. I see. But, if I'm not wrong, one of your number 1 enemies must be the underworld god. Yes, have you seen him? It's a pity that I've never met him. I've only fought against his power. After all, he hadn't really awakened at that time. Lin Ling, I've warned you before. Now, tell me what you know. It's fair. Young Master Ming spat out the grass in his mouth and looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. Lin Ling instantly realized that young Master Ming cared a lot about the underworld god. Perhaps, they were the real enemies. I don't know much about her. I only know that she is very strong, and she is a woman. Lin Ling said. Underworld god asked. Young Master Ming's pupils shrank. It was the first time he heard this news. He asked solemnly, if you and I join forces, will we be her opponent? According to my intuition, 10 of you and I together may not be her opponent. Lin Ling evaluated. Hearing this, young Master Ming fell silent and continued to move forward. No one knew what he was thinking. But Lin Ling noticed that young Master Ming quietly clenched his fists. There was a sense of unwillingness in his eyes. There are many strong people in the underworld. In addition to the underworld god, there is also Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva and a red-haired man. If these people enter the Dao Tower, the battle in the second half of the Dao Tower will be even more intense. You and I are just ants. Lin Ling said again. Yes. Young Master Ming came back to his senses and nodded. At this moment, he felt that he and Lin Ling were in the same boat. They were shouldering a huge mission, but there were too many strong people blocking their way forward. It made them feel incomparably small. Tongtian religious leader, Dipankara Buddha, 8 deities, and 12 god clans. Ling also looked at the sky. It was as if he saw the gathering of the strongest cosmos gods. Dipankara Buddha and the red-haired man were eyeing him covetously. There were too many. If I open all 9 great dansons, maybe I will be qualified to step into their circle. Unfortunately, I am only a Saint Cosmos god now. My realm is not high, let alone opening the final dantian. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his impetuous heart. The future was full of danger, but it made his mood surge. He was looking forward to the final battle. Day after day passed. Lei Gong and the others continued to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings. Their strength increased greatly, and they finally gathered at Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling also found time to return to the Lin Ling Cosmos to visit his grandfather and the others. He also accompanied Yuer and the others. Unfortunately, there was still a thorn in his heart, and that was the whereabouts of Yu. No. He did not know why, but he always felt that Yu was by his side, but Yu was very far away. But, unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang and Bai Yusheng were looking for them everywhere on the 5th floor. They even passed by Yellow Emperor and the others. It was a pity that they did not know each other and missed this opportunity. Chapter 5170. Under the ancient mountain range, a cool breeze blew past. Several figures stood there, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Lei Gong, Daoist master of many treasures, Little Luan, Longniang, Lin Ling, the 5 world-will hosts had gathered. They all had the power of the world-will, so their strength could not be judged on the surface. Young Master Ming looked at the 5 of them indifferently and secretly nodded. During this period of time, he had also investigated them. These 5 people were very strong, at least among the saint level, there were very few who could suppress them. With this kind of strength, they would not be a burden to the 6th level. He looked at the other people. They were Qing Zhu, the 12-winged sun god, and Saint Guyi. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. Among them, Saint Guyi's realm was the lowest. However, Saint Guyi had the powerful Eastern Emperor Bel, which surprised him quite a bit. After all, it was one of the Chaos Divine artifacts. But, unfortunately, he would not be able to control such a rare treasure. Otherwise, he might have snatched it and taken it for himself. Alright, including me, there are 9 people in total. Young Master finally nodded and explained, this time, we are going to the 18 Dragon Mountains. That is one of the cores of the 6th level. It is very large and there are countless divine beasts inside. There are also all kinds of dangerous places. Legend has it that it is the back garden of the Dao Tower's owner to rear divine beasts. For such a treasure land, there are naturally countless treasures. At present, I know that there is a dragon stone. This is a treasure unique to the 18 Dragon Mountains. It has 60% of the power of a chaos stone and is very suitable for cultivation. However, there are many people fighting for the dragon stone. You might encounter many enemies. At that time, we have to be united. It would be best if we can kill the enemy. If not, we will retreat together. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were also curious. Young Master Ming was such an evil person, how could he be so loyal? I know what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me. Since I have called you and recognized you, I will definitely not be disloyal. Young Master Ming laughed. I believe in you. Lin Ling was the first to speak. For some reason, He felt that young Master Ming was both good and evil, but he was a person who kept his word. Everyone, take out the sound transmission talisman and leave a mark. Gather at the 18 Dragon Mountains. Remember, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, then avoid them. Young Master Ming instructed again. The 18 Dragon Mountain is considered the entrance battlefield of the 12 god races. After stepping into the 6th floor, it also means that you are fighting against the 12 god races. Be careful. She was from the Sun God clan, so she had heard a little about the 6th level. Lin Ling and the others were secretly looking forward to it. The further they went into the tower, the more gods would gather. They would definitely meet many acquaintances. Lin Ling also thought of Ning Qingxin, the Daoist child, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. Stillies, when he was weak, he encountered some gods, such as the Dragon King of the East Sea and others. Prepare the Dao Realm fragment. The young master's voice sounded again, and he gave a large number of Dao Realm shards to everyone. Dao Realm fragments could be exchanged for many treasures at the Dao Requital Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, after reaching their level, these treasures would not be of much help. This was also the reason why the gods wanted to enter the higher levels of the Dao Pagoda. Dao the Realm fragment appeared in everyone's hands. What was surprising was that going to the 6th level was simple. They only needed to sense their Dao returning celestial plane. Waves of light appeared, and everyone's bodies began to shatter. Gradually, they turned into tiny rays of light and dissipated with the wind. These rays of light were very beautiful and beautiful. They spiraled towards the sky, passing through the thick primordial aura and disappearing within. After a long time, in a dense forest, light condensed and gradually turned into a person. I've arrived. This person's entire body was shining brightly, as if he was condensed from sunlight. However, the light was also gradually dissipating. He was Lin Ling. As soon as he arrived at the 6th level, he looked around and instantly felt a sense of oppression in his heart, as if he was in awe of the heavens and the universe. Lin Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He found that the sky was very blue, and there was no primordial aura. What a strange sky. There is clearly no primordial aura, but it makes me feel incomparable reverence. Could it be that this level has already formed its own universe? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He found that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The height of the mountains was beyond his imagination. This also made him realize that the blue sky was very high. It was something that Lin Ling had never seen in his life. Heaven. Tall, the mountains were naturally taller. Moreover, Lin Ling could vaguely see 18 mountain ranges. They were situated in the surroundings as if they were trapping this world. This is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the feeling of reverence that I feel is actually the 18 Dragon Mountains? Lin Ling took a deep breath and then took out a voice transmission talisman to see if everyone had arrived. However, the voice transmission talisman was silent for a short while. Only 1 or 2 voices replied back. It seemed that not everyone had arrived. That kind of teleportation process seems fast, but in reality, some people can arrive faster, and some people take longer. Since no one has arrived, I'll look around. Lin Ling followed the dense forest and walked forward casually. Young Master Chu, have you found the dragon stone? Not long after he walked forward, a voice came from ahead. He saw a dozen people walking along the ground, releasing their magical powers to check if there was a dragon stone. These people looked like ordinary gods, but there was a strange power in their bodies. They seemed to have a divine body. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they were not from the god race. Perhaps, they were from the primal chaos realm. How can it be so easy to find a dragon stone? My father only needs 3 dragon stones to break through. It's a pity that he hasn't found the 3 dragon stones after searching for a long time. A proud voice came. It was a pale-faced scholar. He looked to be in his 20s, but his strength was not bad. He had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm Universe Giant God. Where there are dragon stones, there will definitely be godly beasts. This area is so peaceful. I don't think there are any dragon stones. An old man said. He had the strength of an early-stage deity universe giant god. It could be seen that their background was not weak. After all, it was extremely rare to have a deity universe giant god as a guard. Are you all going to find dragon stones? I happen to want to go too. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling thought for a while and walked out. It was his first time here and he was not familiar with this place. It was best to have someone familiar to lead the way. At least he could familiarize himself with the 18 Dragon Mountains. Following afterward, he saw those people looking at him in surprise. He explained, I don't need a lot of dragon stones. You can take the majority. Young Master Chu, be careful. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, the old man's expression changed slightly. When did this person appear? He actually did not notice him before. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling carefully. He realized that Lin Ling was only an early-stage Saint Realm Universe giant god. Could it be that this was an illusion? By Chapter 5171. Young Master Chu also frowned, but after seeing that Lin Ling was only a saint, he finally relaxed and said indifferently, no need, we don't lack manpower. Although his words were calm, there was a hint of pride in them. As long as it's within my power, I'll help. Ling pondered and said again. Didn't you hear what my young master said? We don't need manpower. Around the young master, a tall and sturdy god shouted with a dignified expression. Lin Ling frowned, then shook his head and left. He was a domineering existence on the 5th and 4th levels, so he had subconsciously forgotten that this Dao pagoda was incomparably cruel. How could others agree to his request? It seems that I must always remember that this is the 6th level. Lin Ling followed the forest and left. And, young Master Chu and the others had a mocking smile on their faces. Young Master Chu said indifferently, is this person stupid? He actually has the face to ask such a simple question. Maybe he's a newcomer, but an initial stage Saint Universe giant god. TSK, I really admire his courage. The old man laughed. I reckon he won't live for long. Let's go, ignore him. They continued to look for dragon stones. And, Lin Ling gradually walked out of the forest. When he looked up, one of the dragon mountains appeared in his eyes. Looking at it from a close distance, this dragon mountain was incomparably huge and could be considered one of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, it reached the sky, towering into the clouds. At the mountainside, white clouds floated. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling immediately looked at the sound transmission talisman and saw that no one had arrived yet. Instead, young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and the others had arrived. However, they were casually walking around to investigate the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling told them that he was going to take a look at the Dragon Mountains. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Someone actually wants to go up the Dragon Mountains. His figure was incomparably dazzling. Many gods in all directions of the Dragon Mountains saw him and laughed at him. And, after Lin Ling rushed into the sky, he immediately felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Even though his body was strong, he was still blown to the point of being unsteady. What a powerful Dragon Mountain! Lin Ling was shocked. Soon after, he realized that the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. The strong winds blew against him, causing his bones to creak and his flesh to be eroded. This terrifying scene also made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this Dragon Mountain was a taboo? I don't believe that I can't go up the Dragon Mountain. Lin Ling's temper flared up. He ignored the injuries to his body and gritted his teeth as he continued to charge forward. While in various places far away from Dragon Mountain, many people saw this scene, and their expressions changed. That person was so powerful. They reckoned that he was a god-level giant universe god. By someone who dared to challenge Dragon Mountain was actually at the deity level at the very least. Otherwise, they were just seeking their own deaths. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to be blown away. He was completely unable to withstand it, and had no choice but to land on the Dragon Mountain. Soon after, he discovered that not only did he not even reach the top of the mountain, he was still quite a distance away from the middle of the mountain. Heavens, how high is this mountain? Lin Ling stood behind a huge rock to avoid the strong winds on the top of the mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover. His battered body was slowly recovering. Also, after an unknown period of time, when everything recovered, Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. Chi! Chi! He instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. From where he was, he could see all the Dragon Mountains in the distance. These Dragon Mountains were like dragons sitting on the ground. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were incomparably majestic. An aura of the most ancient universe pervaded the air. Compared to these sacred mountains, humans or gods were like ants. What a powerful aura! Is it going to break through the universe? The Dragon Mountain on the left is like an axe, as if it wants to split the sky and earth. The one on the right is like a sword, as if it wants to cut through everything. And there. Ling was attracted by the aura of the Dragon Mountain. He subconsciously walked out and came to the top of the huge rock. Only by doing so could he see further and higher. Difficult. He could imagine that he was only halfway up the mountain. If he reached the top of the mountain, how powerful would that aura be? Lin Ling, this is the manifestation of the Tao Pagoda's universal laws. At this time, a voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. It was Guang Chengzi. Of course, in addition to Guang Chengzi, there was another voice. It was the mysterious green-robed Daoist. The aura of these Dragon Mountains can improve your universe. Seize this opportunity. After being reminded by the green-robed Daoist, Lin Ling hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the huge rock. Outside his body, Lin Ling's universe appeared. A faint light wrapped around Lin Ling, and 6 ripples spread out. This was the 6-realm universe, and the ripples were very stable. This meant that the universe was incomparably stable. Lin Ling was still looking at the 17 Dragon Mountains in the distance. Although they were far away, Lin Ling felt as if they were right in front of his eyes. He sensed a domineering aura, a domineering aura. This feeling was different from the laws that Lin Ling had comprehended in the past. In the past, the laws of the universe that Lin Ling had comprehended were mostly about birth, old age, illness, and death. Most of these laws were not offensive. In the universe, in addition to the constant cycle of laws, birth, old age, illness, and death, and the blooming and withering of flowers, there are also powerful offensive laws. This way, the universe will not be invaded by foreign objects. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it 10 times over. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the law that he had comprehended in the 17 Dragon Mountains. These laws were like dust floating in the sky. The clouds seemed peaceful, but if you dared to touch them, if you dared to destroy them, you would suffer 100 times the attack. This was the true universe. With the domineering aura to protect all living beings in the universe. The 17 Dragon Mountains are connected head to tail, forming a protective array diagram law. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he memorized the Dragon Mountains. Then, he placed them in Lin Ling's universe. It was as if there were 17 Dragon Mountains outside Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Daoist, help me. However, such a huge project couldn't be done by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he called on all his avatars to help. With the help of his avatars, the shadows of 17 dragon mountains gradually appeared in the outermost region of Lin Ling's universe. The domineering aura was extremely sharp. Rumble. Rumble. On the surface of Lin Ling's body, the sound of a city wall collapsing could be heard. Out of the 6 rings of ripples, the outermost ring was collapsing, gradually revealing 5 layers of ripples. 5 realms universe. Also, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. His universe had stepped into the range of the 5 realms. Whether it was the interior or the exterior of the universe, it was now more perfect. Its attack and defense had greatly improved. Even the gods who were cultivating in Lin Ling's universe had benefited a lot. Their cultivation speed had also increased. It's a pity that I'm now on one of the Dragon Mountains. Otherwise, if I could comprehend the 18 Dragon Mountains, my universe would definitely be more stable. Lin Ling was still regretful. He stood up and looked in the direction of the peak of the Dragon Mountain. Now, after Lin Ling's universe had reached the 5 realms, he could clearly feel that its defense was stronger. At least, he wasn't afraid of the surrounding winds. Chapter 5172. Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. After all, upgrading the universe was a matter of great luck. Su gods might not be able to upgrade the universe even after tens of millions of years. As for Lin Ling, he dared to come to the 6th level and immediately encountered such a good thing. Inform them to meet up. While Ling was happy, he checked his voice transmission talisman and found that everyone had entered. He quickly contacted everyone and told them to meet up at a location. Looking at the map, it seems that the southeast is more suitable. After Ling found the direction, he ran with large strides. Now that he saw everyone safe and sound, he could finally relax. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! But at this moment, in the dense grass ahead, there was a terrifying roar of a divine beast. The ferocious aura made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. He did not dare to approach it. Wild! The wind blew, and the tall grass was blown. Other than the roar, there was no other sound. Following that, a pair of huge eyes appeared and slowly swam out of the grass. The eyes were filled with a dense mist like flames. Following that, there was the sound of grass being flipped. It was very dull and the ground trembled slightly. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling was shocked. Then, his pupils constricted. On the ground, a huge turtle crocodile the size of a mountain was slowly crawling. The turtle crocodile's mouth was tightly shut. There was thick moss on its shell, making it look like a rock. When it moved slowly, it was like a mountain was moving. It was like the universe was floating. Roar! Ling drew a cold breath and looked at the turtle crocodile. In the eyes of the turtle crocodile, he sensed an ancient, cold, and emotionless. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He unleashed all his speed. Boom! Roar! Just as he disappeared, a light curtain suddenly fell from the sky. It was silent, but after it landed on the ground, all the grass within 100 meters turned into nothingness. This light curtain did not seem powerful, but it could wipe out any life. It had no effect on inanimate objects. While this kind of attack was the most terrifying. After all, it was not a pure strength attack, and it was silent. Roar! Coupled with its ability to wipe out life, it was very difficult to resist. Roar! Ling's pupils constricted. The divine beast on the 6th level was too powerful. Again. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a curtain of light descended from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to run madly once again. The curtain of light brushed past him, and the place where he was previously standing turned into nothingness. Moreover, it was like a plague that spread towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only run 100 meters away to avoid the terrifying power. Looking at the surrounding 100 meters, all the grass had withered. However, without waiting for Lin Ling to catch his breath, another light curtain fell. It was still silent. Lin Ling cursed angrily. He erupted with all his strength and dodged the attack again. However, dodging like this was not the way to go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the gigantic crocodile. The crocodile's cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling, emotionless and cold. Bastard! Ling cursed angrily. He was just passing by, yet this bastard wanted to kill him and even revealed such a gaze. Helen Ling had fought his way from the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda. He had experienced many life and death crises and faced countless deities. Yet, he had never been forced by a monster beast like this. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he charged straight at the turtle crocodile, slashing down with his sword. Buzz! Buzz! The light curtain fell again, but Lin Ling dodged it. Boom! However, just as he approached the turtle crocodile, terrifying flames suddenly appeared and burned the earth. These flames were divine flames and were extremely extraordinary. However, compared to the light curtain, the damage caused by the divine flames was obviously much smaller. This was a power attack. Deity! The flames burned Lin Ling, causing his body to be riddled with holes. His flesh and blood began to catch fire. However, these attacks were not fatal to Lin Ling, who had a powerful physical body. Rumble! The sword struck the turtle crocodile's shell. Rocks flew everywhere, and there was a boom like an explosion. However, this sword could split open a mountain but could not split open the turtle's shell. Swish! La la! On the contrary, countless barbs rushed out of the turtle shell. They were as sharp as swords, forcing Lin Ling to retreat. Clang! Clang clang! Lin Ling kept swinging his sword to block the barbs. Then, he took a step in the air and disappeared in another direction, suddenly attacking from the other side. The turtle crocodile did not move at all, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. However, when Lin Ling approached, its turtle shell suddenly opened like a huge mouth. The earth churned as it revealed its fangs and swallowed Lin Ling. This huge mouth was very big, and an ancient musty smell wafted out. Moreover, it was moving very quickly. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This old turtle's reaction was too fast. At this time, he had no choice. He could either dodge or fight with his life on the line. In the end, Lin Ling chose to fight with his life on the line. In his opinion, the turtle shell swallowing him meant that the turtle crocodile had no more turtle shell to defend itself. Boom! Rumble! Lin Ling allowed the huge mouth to swallow him. Then, the turtle shell merged and stood on the back of the turtle crocodile like a mountain. Inside the huge mouth, it was pitch black and the musty smell was even stronger. Lin Ling could also hear the sharp teeth colliding and biting toward him. These teeth were very sharp and there were a lot of them. After countless years, Lin Ling could not guarantee that he could block them. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling's soul power was no longer the same as before. He looked at the bottom of the turtle shell and slapped out fiercely. The cosmic rays were extremely dense like a net and shot out. He was also racing against time. He hoped that the Universe 3 Extreme Break would be effective. At this moment, the hard teeth on the left and right were merging. The area was very large and covered the sky. Lin Ling could not dodge at all. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He held the sword with his right hand and his left palm facing down. His soul power poured out crazily. Hurry up! He shouted angrily in his heart. Guan at this moment, the teeth on both sides suddenly stopped moving. On the contrary, the giant turtle was trembling. Its soul was intimidated by Lin Ling. At this moment, its mind was blank. Kill! Lin Ling's universe appeared on the surface of Ling's body, protecting him firmly. He still held the tyrannical song in his right hand, but a dazzling light sword appeared in his left hand. This was the sword of faith. Endless power of faith surged, making this sword incomparably dazzling, as if it could cut through everything. 2. He crossed his swords and slashed down. While, below him was a bottomless abyss with countless sharp barbs that looked like swords. However, Lin Ling had activated Lin Ling's universe, and the light around him was protecting him. It was extremely tough, and it actually broke all those barbs. Ka, ka ka. The ear-piercing sound kept ringing in Lin Ling's ears. He gritted his teeth and focused his eyes. Success or failure depended on this. He finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss, crossed his two swords, and slashed out fiercely. Boom, rumble. 1. A deafening sound started to ring. The sword slash disappeared below, as if it could not hurt the turtle crocodile at all. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. How strong is this turtle crocodile? Could it be a middle-stage universe giant god? Not good. Chapter 5173. The inside of the turtle's shell was dead silent. It's dead. Lin Ling frowned slightly. After careful inspection, he realized that the cross sword he had slashed out had penetrated the entire turtle crocodile. Furthermore, the power of faith was destroying everything. At the same time, light appeared in the sky. The merged turtle shell was slowly opening, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud rumble, it was as if two mountains had collapsed. Lin Ling was in mid-air, witnessing everything. Following that, he realized that the turtle shell on both sides was turning into rock and its vitality was dissipating. Lin Ling immediately rushed out and landed on the grass. Following that, he saw that the huge turtle crocodile had turned into a mountain rock. Its ancient eyes were petrified. He checked for a moment and then cursed. That was because the turtle crocodile looked so powerful, but after its death, it did not leave behind any treasures. All of it had turned into rock. Lin Ling walked around the huge turtle crocodile and finally left gloomily. After wasting so much of his time, it did not leave behind a single hair. Looking at the injuries all over his body, Lin Ling was even more depressed. "Junior brother, are you here? Why are you standing still when I see you?" At that moment, Qing Zhu's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling was even more depressed. He could only continue forward and meet up with the others. However, at that moment, a mysterious aura surged over. It was very rich in spiritual energy. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he followed the spirit qi. Then, in a valley, he saw a large number of round stones. These stones were the size of a fist and some were the size of a millstone. They emitted a white glow. However, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost catching up to the chaos stones. Back in the chaos realm, Lin Ling had obtained the chaos stones and knew the spiritual energy hidden in them. Could these be dragon stones? Lin Ling guessed. Thinking back to the turtle crocodile, he completely understood. It turned out that the turtle crocodile was guarding these dragon stones. I'm rich. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had finally gained something from killing the turtle crocodile. He rushed into the valley and continued to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that the number of dragon stones here was simply beyond his imagination. They were densely packed and scattered all over the ground. Lin Ling immediately picked up a fist-sized dragon stone and refined it. The dragon stone seemed to be burning as it emitted a white dragon-like mist that surged into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling instantly sensed that his cultivation had advanced by a large margin. Dragon stones seemed to be even more effective than luck. With these dragon stones, I'm probably even closer to breaking through. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly collected the dragon stones. Soon after, he discovered that these dragon stones were actually like roots, as if they were products of the earth, and also like a type of plant. Furthermore, some of the dragon stones had more solid roots and required a certain amount of time to pull them out. Seeing this, Lin Ling decided to look for a huge dragon stone. After all, it would be a waste of time to find a small one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. It seemed that after Turtle Crocodile's death, the area was once again protected by a divine beast, which allowed the gods to dare to enter and explore. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but when he saw that there were many dragon stones in the valley, and besides, he couldn't collect all of them himself, he simply let them be. What's this? Dragon stones? So many dragon stones. I'm rich. Only 5 gods had entered, and when they saw the vast valley of dragon stones, they were all so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, someone came early. Someone had also noticed Lin Ling and greeted him with a smile at Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had come first and didn't stop them from coming, so they were also embarrassed. Do as you wish. Lin Ling glanced at them calmly. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but he sensed that even more gods had arrived. Moreover, these people were quite polite, so in the end, he let it go. Thank you, thank you. Those people cupped their hands at Lin Ling and then hurriedly collected dragon stones. Moreover, they also collected small dragon stones with great tacit understanding. After all, although small dragon stones were small, if there were enough of them, they would be enough for cultivation. As expected, more and more people entered the valley, causing Lin Ling to know that it would probably be very difficult to keep all of the dragon stones. After an unknown period of time, a large group of people suddenly entered the valley. When they saw the dazzling dragon stones in the valley, they were all overjoyed. Dragon stones, so many dragon stones. Young Master Chu, the cultivation resources that Master needs are enough. An old man shouted excitedly. Yes, so many dragon stones. In the crowd, a scholarly young man licked his lips and was incomparably happy. Only 3 dragon stones are enough, 3 dragon stones are enough. He muttered to himself. Young master, there are more than 3 dragon stones here. Look, there are even stones as big as millstones. The old man chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the people in the valley, and he frowned. Young master, look. The young man immediately looked in the direction the old man was pointing and found that there were indeed many people in the valley. They were also collecting dragon stones. Get out, all of you. The young man couldn't help but shout. Originally, he only needed 3 dragon stones, but there were too many dragon stones here, which aroused his greed. If these dragon stones belonged to him, his family's strength, including his own, would be greatly enhanced. Dragon stones, these were the most precious treasures of the 18 Dragon Mountains. What right do you have? The gods who were collecting dragon stones frowned immediately. This person actually wanted to take them all for himself? Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. When he found that it was the group of people he had met not long ago, he immediately sneered. He was the first to discover this valley, and he also obtained it by killing the turtle crocodile. It was fine that these people came to collect dragon stones, but Lin Ling didn't object, and they actually dared to take them all for themselves. What right do I have? Just because I am a member of the Chu family. You unorthodox gods dare to stop me, the young man said angrily. The old man beside him was sly and cunning, and he said calmly, Our young master means that we were the first to discover this valley, and even the divine beast guarding the dragon stones was killed by us. Just because of this. He glanced at the crowd and said, You have also collected a lot, so you can keep as many dragon stones as you get. However, you must leave immediately. It is fate that we met, so you don't have to thank us. They killed the divine beast? The people in the valley frowned in disbelief. Only Lin Ling was still smiling coldly. Suddenly, he said calmly, "What a nice way to put it. Then what is the divine beast in this valley? Who is talking?" Lin Ling's voice drifted in the valley, so young Master Chu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. "Tell me, what is the divine beast?" Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. Young Master Chu frowned immediately. He really didn't know what it was. He stuttered and said, "It is a dragon." "Young Master." The old man beside him immediately pulled him back. This was the 18 Dragon Mountains, so it was impossible for a dragon to appear here. After all, there were rumors that the 18 Dragon Mountains were actually 8 ancient dragons. With the 18 dragon gods here, the other dragons wouldn't dare to come close. A dragon? Something is wrong. The crowd became suspicious. They knew about this legend. No, it is a giant rock divine bear. Chapter 5174. Rock God Bear? Many people's eyes flickered. They had heard of this divine beast before. It was said that it stood like a human and was as tall as a mountain with long arms. However, its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Is it a rock god bear? Why do I seem to see a crocodile-like turtle not far from the valley? Suddenly, Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the valley again. Damn it! The old man cursed in his heart. That was the Golden Dao crocodile, which possessed a kind of universal law that could exterminate life. It was extremely powerful. They had only dared to enter the bushes after seeing the Golden Dao crocodile die. Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. It has turned into a rock. Could it be that the guardian divine beast of this area is actually the Golden Dao crocodile? But why did they say it was a rock god bear? Could it be? The gods in the valley came to their senses, and their gazes toward the old man and his companions changed slightly. When young Master Chu saw that his plan had been exposed, he was also furious. He said coldly, "Who is this sneaky person? Come out and speak if you have the ability. Hiding your head and tail, it seems that you are also a thief. Heh, are you trying to falsely accuse me after failing to deceive me? I don't need to be sneaky when dealing with small characters like you." At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at young Master Chu and his companions indifferently. It's him. People recognized Lin Ling. Wasn't he the first person to come to the valley? It's you. Young Master Chu also recognized Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling seemed to be a newcomer who wanted to search for the dragon stone with them. However, they rejected him and even drove him away domineeringly. They didn't expect him to be the one causing trouble. You don't even know that turtle crocodile, yet you have the nerve to say that you found the valley first. Let me tell you, I was the first to enter the valley. Lin Ling looked at young Master Chu mockingly. Young Master Chu felt humiliated. If he had known that this person was so lucky, he would have brought him along. However, now that things had come to an end, he simply shed all pretense of cordiality. So what if it's you? This is the Chu family's business. Unimportant people, get out of the valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The gods in the valley were not very strong, and they had more people on their side. Therefore, he also drove them away in a domineering manner. What if I don't leave? Lin Ling could not help but smile. Then don't blame me. Touch him. Young Master Chu waved his hand and called for the old man to attack. The old man was a deity realm giant god at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Killing a Saint Junior was as easy as flipping his hand. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Sure enough, that elder threw himself over, terrifying divine force erupting, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suppressed by a formless pressure. The difference between a deity and a saint was too great. It was not something they could withstand at all. Of course, to Lin Ling, this old man was not even comparable to the Myriad Waves King. After all, this old man did not have a powerful ancient divine body. Your Excellency, be careful. Someone suddenly reminded Lin Ling, because he saw that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. After all, this was a god-level giant universe god. Ka. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. A 5-realm universe appeared in his hand. He fused his innate talent, mobilized all his strength, and threw this universe out. Although the old man was not as strong as the Myriad Waves King, he was still a deity. Lin Ling also needed to use some of his trump cards. Hong Long. Lin Ling's universe turned into a light wave that could be used to attack and defend. It fiercely slashed out, and after colliding with the old man's divine force, the old man's expression changed greatly. What's going on? He was shocked. With just a simple exchange, he realized that Lin Ling's divine force was beyond imagination. It was definitely above 10 trillion. Early-stage giant god at the Saint Realm? 10 trillion? This was simply beyond his understanding. Most importantly, besides the divine force, the universe energy was also very terrifying. It seemed to be a 5-realm universe. Shwa! An indestructible light wave shot out and destroyed the old man's arm. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been obliterated. Could it be that the turtle crocodile outside the valley was killed by him? A terrifying thought arose in the old man's mind. The valley was also silent. Everyone was in disbelief. Young Master Chu's eyes were wide open. A Saint Realm expert defeated a Deity Realm expert in one move? Get lost, ants. Lin Ling did not obliterate them. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was not worth it. He knew that it was more important to collect these dragon stones. After all, the news of the dragon stones in this valley would spread very quickly. When that time came, the experts would gather, and Lin Ling would be able to obtain fewer dragon stones. You told us to get lost, ants. Young Master Chu gritted his teeth. He came from the primal chaos realm. Although his family was not one of the 8 deities, his family knew many experts. He could be considered a reputable figure in his family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling wanted to join them. If he had agreed at that time, a portion of the dragon stones in the valley would have been his. Inexplicably, regret arose in his heart. Young master, let's go. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and ran over. He knew that Lin Ling's attention was on the dragon stones. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. But we still lack 3 dragon stones. There are so many here. 3 would be enough. Young Master Chu was unwilling to give up. He looked around and found that Lin Ling had found a dragon stone that was not white among the dragon stones. That dragon stone was about the size of a millstone, and there were 9 veins of mist rolling inside it. 9 dragon stone. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 dragon stones were also a type of dragon stone. However, according to legend, this type of dragon stone was condensed from the spiritual energy of 9 dragon mountains. The other dragon stones represented 1 dragon mountain. Without a doubt, dragon stones condensed from 9 dragon mountains were even more valuable and could be said to be rare. There were also rumors that someone had found 18 dragon stones. 18 dragon stones were condensed from 18 dragon mountains. They were existences that were comparable to the chaos stones. They were far superior to the chaos stones. How hateful. Young Master Chu did not obtain anything. Instead, he witnessed Lin Ling obtaining a rare 9 dragon stone. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9 dragon stone. At this moment, the gods in the valley also saw Lin Ling's harvest. What is a 9 dragon stone? Lin Ling asked while hugging the millstone-sized dragon stone. Your Excellency. Someone told Lin Ling about the preciousness of a 9 dragon stone. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this was a precious treasure. He could not help but examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered that the spiritual energy suppressed by this dragon stone was enough for one of his dantians to make a breakthrough. This also meant that he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Stage Universe Giant God. Of course, a 9-dragon stone was only enough for one dantian to make a breakthrough. The other dantian still needed more dragon stones to fill in. Lin Ling continued his search. He specifically looked for large dragon stones and also informed his senior sister and the others to hurry over. He did not want all the dragon stones here to be picked. Chapter 5175. Dragon Stones. But at this moment, more powerful beings arrived at the valley. They were 5 figures. They wore tattered cloaks, and their bodies emitted a foul stench. Large amounts of insects were flying around them. Rot race. Seeing these gods, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Rot race was very famous on this level, and their influence was huge. They were the local bullies. Coupled with their unique characteristics, it was hard not to recognize them. The 5 figures that walked in did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, they stared at the overwhelming number of dragon stones in the valley without moving. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the valley. All the gods stopped collecting dragon stones. Their expressions were solemn as they prepared to escape the valley. After all, they knew that the Rot race was the most unreasonable. It was normal for them to kill them and steal their treasures. You can leave. This valley belongs to us. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. It came from one of the Rot race gods. This person was emitting an aura as he spoke. He was an early-stage universe giant god. Of course, his strength was more than double that of the old man from before. After all, there was still a gap between the gods of the deity race and ordinary gods. His words stunned everyone. The rotten race's god was telling them to leave? Where are the dragon stones we got before? Someone asked. Take them away. However, you are not allowed to take another step into the valley. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, said the Rot race god. Many people were shocked. Why was the Rot race so easy to talk to? Suddenly, they looked at the valley and saw that there were still many dragon stones. It turned out that the Rot race did not want to waste time, so they gave up on the small profits to steal the big ones. After all, they only got the small profits. If the Rot race wanted to steal them, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. There was no need for that. Most importantly, the rotten gods knew that it would not be long before more gods arrived. If more powerful gods arrived, they would have no choice but to leave. Alright, I'll leave. Let's go. Those gods knew that they could not be too greedy. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. What about you, young Master Chu? The leading Rot race god suddenly looked at young Master Chu. He seemed to know the Chu family. In fact, the Chu family was very famous in the primal chaos realm. This did not mean that they were powerful, but that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were smooth and slick, and they mingled well with the rulers. Therefore, the Rot race also knew them. The Chu family had even helped them before. The clan was looking for someone in the chaos realm. Senior, you know me. Young Master Chu was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and said, Senior, I only need 3 dragon stones. Of course, I can provide you with a piece of good news. That person has obtained a 9-dragon stone and wants to bring it out of the valley. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Ling, his expression filled with schadenfreude and sneer. This guy was so strong, but was he stronger than the rotten race? 9-dragon stone. The 5 gods looked at Lin Ling. Although their expressions couldn't be seen, anyone could guess that they were tempted. Oh no! Those gods who had left were secretly shocked and stared at young Master Chu. This guy was really meddlesome. He was trying to frame them. Lin Ling was indifferent. Of course, he also looked at young Master Chu, but the latter shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have a 9-dragon stone? Hand it over and scram. At that moment, one of the rotten race spoke. The 9-dragon stone was so precious that the rotten race couldn't miss it. However, this white-haired man's luck was not bad. He had helped them find the 9-dragon stone, so they would spare his life for the time being. Senior, be careful. This person's strength is strange. My Wuxia had an arm severed by him, and my Wuxia was an early-stage universe giant god. He is only a saint. Young Master Chu spoke again, afraid that the rotten race expert would look down on Lin Ling. Oh, interesting. The leader's tone changed. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, their huge rotting pond needed powerful gods to refine and obtain their strength. Hee. Young Master Chu laughed happily when he saw that the rotten race's tone had changed. He looked at Lin Ling even more provocatively. From his point of view, that white-haired man was dead meat this time. He had let him act before, but now he had kicked an iron plate. And this exciting scene, he was going to enjoy it. Now, it's not as simple as handing over the 9-dragon stone. I don't know what you have to say. The rotten race god spoke. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the 9-dragon stone. I won't hand over my life, either. I won't even leave this valley. What? Everyone was shocked. Facing the rotten race, this white-haired man didn't intend to leave. Interesting. Fine, let me see what you're capable of. A rotten race expert made his move. His cloak seemed to disperse in the wind, and countless insects flew out. They formed a huge rotting pond in midair and covered Lin Ling. This was the power of the universe. Of course, there was also powerful godly power hidden within. This attacking god knew that Lin Ling had some ability, so he didn't hold back. He erupted with his full strength. The entire valley suddenly turned dark, and everything disappeared. Only the densely packed stars on the ground were unaffected. These were the dragon stones. The gods who were preparing to leave the valley were all frightened. They were deeply afraid of being implicated because they couldn't find the way out of the valley. He's so strong, comparable to King Myriad Waves. However, even though he didn't look down on me, he didn't defend when he attacked. He wants to kill me in one blow. This is a chance. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Light appeared in his hand, and the faith sword quietly appeared. Facing a deity from the rotten race, an early-stage universe giant god, he had to erupt with his full strength. Of course, the other party came with the intention of killing him in one blow. This was in line with Lin Ling's intention. After all, this kind of attack could only end with one of them dying. As for Lin Ling's choice, it would depend on whose life was tougher. He slashed out with his sword. Endless faith appeared and fused into the faith sword as it slashed forward. The seemingly dazzling sword slash didn't have any explosive offensive power, but its sharpness was beyond imagination. When it slashed the rotting pond, it split it into two. After that, it went straight for the rotten race god. Pung! A figure fell from the sky, and the stench in the valley gradually dispersed. Everyone subconsciously shuddered and looked around. Dead! Someone cried out in alarm. This was because the rotten race god had been split in two and fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man under his tomb was no match for Lin Ling. This was understandable, but even a rotten race expert with a godly body had died. Just how many killing moves did this white-haired man have? The 4 rotten race gods were frozen in place, as though they couldn't accept this fact. Alright, it's your turn now. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. His lips curled into a sneer. He knew that these four were about to die because his helpers had finally arrived. It's our turn. Chapter 5176. The four rotten race gods did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. After talking for a while, they looked at Lin Ling. The killing intent and stench on their bodies became even more intense. They seemed to be planning to join forces. The rotten race was the filthiest race in the universe. Naturally, they would not engage in a fair one-on-one duel. One of them said indifferently, "Your Excellency, you have offended the rotten race. Now, leave your corpse and the 9 dragon stone behind." "With just the 4 of you?" "I'm sorry, but the 4 of you will stay here forever," Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha ha ha. The 4 rotten race gods could not help but look at each other. Even though they were cold, they could not help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but they guessed that Lin Ling had a divine sword on him. That was why he could kill a deity universe giant god. But when the 4 of them joined forces, even a true deity universe giant god would not be able to stop them, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a saint. This universe is sometimes very unfair, but sometimes it is very fair. The rotten race god laughed. "I don't believe there is a deity weapon that is so heaven-defying. Even if it can kill an opponent 1 realm higher, the number of times it can be used is definitely not many. Do you dare to bet?" Lin Ling laughed. "Why not? Let's see if your deity weapon can kill the 4 of us." The 4 rotten race gods erupted with powerful deity energy and activated their godly bodies. Their godly bodies were all filthy things like toads and flies. Most importantly, the joint forces of the 4 of them possessed over 3 trillion strands of divine energy. Lin Ling's 14 trillion deity energy was as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. "Idiot!" Young Master Chu sneered. Lin Ling still did not move. The sword in his hand was only aimed at one of them. Just as the rotten race gods had guessed, Lin Ling's sword of faith could only kill 1 person. Moreover, not just any early-stage deity could kill him. But just as the 4's attacks were about to reach him, a green bamboo suddenly appeared and swept away one of the rotten race gods. At the same time, a huge ancient bell appeared in the sky and suppressed the other one. Moreover, there were several energies that didn't seem like the power of divinity or the power of the universe. Only Lin Ling could recognize that this was the power of the world's will. After combining their powers, they once again blocked another god. In the end, he had to face Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling sneered coldly and slashed out with his sword. There was a clear rumble as the toad that was pouncing at Lin Ling was pierced through by the sword. Of course, what surprised Lin Ling was that this god was very powerful. The sword of faith actually couldn't kill him and had only severely injured him. Rumble. On the other side, under several powerful attacks, the decaying gods died one after another. It could be seen that the attacker was not a celestial, but the attack power was strong enough to injure a celestial. Dead. The one over there is dead too. The surrounding people were silent. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. There was only one decaying god left who hadn't died. It was the one with the toad's divine body. At this moment, he had returned to his original form and was looking around in surprise. "You have helpers," he said through gritted teeth. His cloak had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. However, just as Lin Ling had imagined, he was very ugly with all kinds of insects crawling on his face. "Helpers are the divine weapons you mentioned. Now, you seem to have lost the bet," Lin Ling said with a smile. The god was trembling with anger. No wonder this white-haired man wasn't afraid of them. It turned out that his biggest reliance was his helpers. Moreover, these helpers were very powerful. After all, he had seen that most of these people were celestial saints. Of course, he also stared at one of the women and found that she was the strongest. He couldn't see through her, as if there was no limit to her strength. Now, He was like a dog trapped in a dead end. There was no way for him to fight back. "The decaying race will avenge me," he said in a low voice. Then, his body exploded. He had actually committed suicide. "You have backbone." Lin Ling nodded. Suddenly, he looked at young Master Chu and said with a smile, "Isn't it fun to sow discord?" Young Master Chu and the others were still in a daze. The difference between reality and dreams was too big. They looked at the people around them and found that there were old men, women, and young men. However, their strength was heaven-defying. Damn it! How did this guy have such powerful helpers? Young Master Chu was extremely envious because he knew that there were very few gods with heaven-defying strength like this whose realm wasn't high. Every one of them had a bright future. However, there were several people beside the white-haired man. "I'm from the Chu family of the Chaos Realm," young Master Chu said coldly. "Sorry, we're all from the Dao Realm. We don't know any Chu family," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Damn it!" Young Master Chu cursed again. He was most afraid of people who didn't know what was good for them. If he encountered them, no matter how powerful his trump card was, it would be useless. He asked, "Then what do you want?" "All of you will die. Are you going to do it yourselves? Or are we going to do it?" Now that everyone was here, there was no need to keep young Master Chu and the others. After all, Lin Ling didn't touch them before because he didn't want to delay the collection of dragon stones. "You want to kill us? Dream on." Young Master Chu snorted coldly. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. He blew at the bead. Suddenly, endless fog appeared and shrouded the valley. The scary thing was that in the fog, they couldn't sense anything. It was very powerful. "This treasure is extraordinary." Lin Ling was shocked. His soul power was strong and he had the universe in his body. However, he couldn't see through the fog. This meant that this bead was definitely a rare treasure. "Ha ha ha, how can ants like you see through my Chu Wuzhu? Goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll kill you." Young Master Chu's voice came from the fog. However, there were also voices begging for mercy. "Young Master Chu, please take us out of here." The fog seemed to be able to block people's vision. Perhaps only the people holding the bead could see the path clearly. "Get lost." Young Master Chu didn't care about them. After all, with his strength, the fog would dissipate soon after he activated the bead. Time waits for no one. He just wanted to take an old man away because the old man also had a precious treasure of the Chu family. It was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine power by 10%. However, when he wanted to take the old man away, he found that the old man was entangled by a vine. "Young master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Avenge me in the future." The old man couldn't see young Master Chu, but he knew that young Master Chu would come to save him. Therefore, he shouted hurriedly. Of course, he also tried his best to get rid of the vine. "Okay." Young Master Chu dared not stay. He rushed out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. When the old man saw young Master Chu running away, he tried his best again to get rid of the vine. Then, he also ran away randomly. At this moment, the fog was dispersing. Gradually, the old man found a way out. However, when he was about to rush out, a sword blocked his way. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 5177. Ha, 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 young Master Chu has run away. What's the use of killing me? Just wait for the Chu family to kill you. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the old man laughed and gave up hope. Go to hell then. Lin Ling said impatiently. He wanted to kill the old man with his sword. However, at this time, a bronze gate appeared outside the valley. Then, a figure walked out of the gate slowly, dragging a person. It was young Master Ming. The dead dog he was dragging was none other than young Master Chu. Originally young Master Ming didn't appear in the valley before, so he wasn't affected by the fog. While young Master Chu was facing young Master Ming, how could he resist the power of reincarnation? He lost the ability to fight instantly, and even Chu Wuzhu, who was in his hand, fell to the ground. Young Master Ming, good move. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I bumped around and saw a dog running out. I didn't like him, so I caught him. Young Master Ming shrugged. You. Young Master Chu was now as weak as a slug. He was affected by the reincarnation of the underworld, so he could only clench his teeth. While, seeing this, the old man sighed softly. He knew they were going to be wiped out today. Are you satisfied now? You can go now. Lin Ling killed the old man with his sword. Then, he found many treasures on the old man's body. What was strange was that the old man had many cosmic treasures, but he didn't have a spiritual pearl. Moreover, there was a horn on his body, which seemed to be quite extraordinary. You don't need to talk nonsense. Die. Young Master Ming also killed young Master Chu with a wave of his hand. He also found many treasures on the old man's body. Among them, the crystal pearl attracted his attention the most. However, after checking it, he shook his head disdainfully and threw it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it and was shocked. The pearl was so powerful that he couldn't see through the fog it emitted. How could young Master Ming throw it to him so casually? Young Master Ming, this is a powerful treasure. Green said. Bamboo and the others also walked over. It is indeed extraordinary. The young master nodded, and he suddenly turned to Saint Guy and said, it's a pity that this treasure is the same as his Donghuang bell. It can only be used by the clan's bloodline. If someone forcefully uses it, the effect will be greatly reduced, so it's useless to us. Lin Ling hurriedly checked and found that it was indeed so. Even with his strength, he could only blow out 10% of the fog. 10% was not much help. This bead is considered a rare divine weapon. However, there are countless capable people in this universe. There must be someone who has a way to get it. It's not a bad idea to find an opportunity to sell it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Ling. A bugle horn appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After examining it, he said, this bugle horn is also a good divine artifact. It can increase one's divine power by 10%. For example, 10 trillion divine power can increase one's divine power by 10,000. What a heaven-defying treasure. Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a god-level giant universe god who had hundreds of trillion godly power, wouldn't that mean an increase of 100,000 godly power? Just this increase alone would surpass the sum of all their divine power. It's a pity that only a god-level giant universe god can activate it. Lin Ling suddenly sighed. He looked at everyone and suddenly threw the bugle horn to green bamboo. There were only 2 god-level giant universe gods present. They were young Master Ming and green bamboo. Naturally, he left it for his senior sister. It's not a bad treasure. It barely catches my eye. Green bamboo said. Green bamboo took the bugle horn and casually put it away. She did not seem to care much about it, and this casual action told everyone that she had a broad vision. She did not care about this bugle horn at all. Lei Gong and the others were secretly shocked. Even Lin Ling was the same. Only young Master Ming was used to it. Alright, let's go to the valley to collect the dragon stones. These dragon stones are growing on the ground. If we want to collect all of them, we will need a lot of time. Lin Ling looked at everyone and then strode into the valley. At this moment, the gods in the valley still had not left. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads. Anyway, there are enough dragon stones. We won't be able to collect all of them in a short time. Just as they were about to sneak out of the valley, Lin Ling suddenly said. These gods raised their heads in surprise. This white-haired man did not chase them away. Lin Ling did not explain much. He went to collect the dragon stones on the ground with green bamboo and the others. These dragon stones were growing on the ground. They were like demonic beast eggs lying on the ground. However, collecting them depended on one's strength. The stronger one was, the faster they could collect them. This was also the reason why Lin Ling allowed them to collect as they wished. Actually, they were not very strong. Even if they could collect the dragon stones, they could not collect a lot. In addition, these people had previously warned Lin Ling naturally, Lin Ling would give them some face. While, as they collected the dragon stones, more and more people came to the valley. However, they were not very strong. In the end, they were all chased away by Lin Ling and the others. After a long time, they finished collecting all the dragon stones in the valley. It had taken them a total of 5 days. Everyone, thank you. These gods had gained a lot, so they all thanked Lin Ling before leaving. That's right, do you know where I can sell treasures around here? Then, young Master Ming looked at them and asked. If you want to sell treasures, the Purple Wind Cave is not far away. There is an auction there every 3 months. I think it is suitable for you. One of the gods pondered and said, go northwest in this direction and you will reach it in half a day. Alright, thank you. You can go now. Young Master Ming said indifferently. After these people left, he said, this Chu Wuzhu will be a burden if we keep it with us. We are not willing to just throw it away. It is better to find a place to sell it. After all, it is a family heirloom treasure. Others can use it to find us. In that case, let's set off immediately. Lin Ling said. This Chu Wuzhu came from the Chu family. Although he did not know the background of the Chu family, if even the rotten race knew them, they should have a lot of experts. If they followed the pearl and found them, it would be troublesome. Then, after that, everyone set off. They had just arrived at the 6th floor and obtained a lot of dragon stones. Everyone was in a good mood. With these dragon stones, everyone's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling, these dragon stones can increase your cultivation by 2 realms, right? Young Master Ming suddenly asked. It is good enough to increase my cultivation by 1 realm. I still want to increase my cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Ling shook his head. Young Master Ming was shocked. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did he need so much energy? For a moment, he could not see through Lin Ling. After all, these dragon stones were enough for him to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. It seemed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, but his strength was so strong. It was not without reason. Half a day later, they arrived at the Purple Wind Cave. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a paradise. A lot of gods were walking around, and they were all very strong. No. Chapter 5178. Looking into the distance, huge space battleships stopped there. On the other side, under the mountains, there were powerful mounts. There were ancestral turtles, universe dragons, space birds, and other rare creatures. While, these universe ancestors had always been arrogant, but after coming here, they all obediently lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those cosmic battleships are only owned by the Protoss and the powerful gods. They are divided into several grades. Saints can control them, but they need the corresponding control method. With these cosmic battleships, the strength of the gods can be greatly increased. Saints can also kill gods. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone gasped and looked at young Master Ming in disbelief. These space battleships were too powerful. These cosmic battleships are very rare. They were created by the ruler of the prehistoric era, and they were created with his life to resist the great calamity of the universe. They were called arcs by him. After the ruler died, the cosmic battleships flowed out and were seized by the strong people of various eras. Young Master smiled faintly. However, although these space battleships are powerful, they are not the oldest batch. Otherwise, their combat power would be even more terrifying. If we get a space battleship, we can run freely on the 6th level. Nyang licked her lips. With a space battleship, they could take it wherever they went. Moreover, they could protect their lives and avoid all kinds of dangers. How could it not be good? Space battleships are very difficult to get. Once they recognize a master, unless the master gives up, it's impossible to snatch them. Moreover, these space battleships are divided into 3 types: speed, attack, and defense. Each of the 3 domains has a powerful one. Young Master smiled. Look at those divine beasts in the distance. They are also universe beasts from the prehistoric era. They are powerful, but they only recognize one master in their lifetime. There are so many strong ones here. Everyone sighed. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the present universe. Everyone wants to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and obtain this universe. Therefore, the Tao Pagoda is cruel. However, there are still rules in some places. For example, here. Those who come here want to trade, so they will abide by the laws of this place. Young Master Ming said again. This is only temporary. In fact, the weak are still prey to the strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had the opposite view. After all, he had encountered such a situation back in the city of myriad gods. At that time, the Silver Moon clan was greedy for his treasures, and they had also violated the rules. That was the reason why he and the Silver Moon clan were at loggerheads. You are right. For example, if we expose the dragon stone we got, the result will be different. Young Master Ming nodded in agreement. They chatted as they walked and entered the Xanadu ahead. The interior was very flat, and there were many simple buildings. There were gods walking around, and on the ground, under the trees, and other places, all kinds of lights were flickering. There were gods setting up stalls, selling all kinds of treasures. Yes, there were treasures, spirit herbs, divine abilities, divine embryos, and other items for sale. And there were a lot of them. This talent seems to be the talent of my hellish ghost hell body. Lin Ling walked casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at one of the stalls. There was a jade bottle on the stall, and inside it was a ghost-like octopus. Furthermore, the bottle cap was open, allowing others to sense its aura. Only Lin Ling was able to detect it. He said a few words to his senior sister, then walked forward to ask for the price. Longnyang, Xiaoluan, and the others also found the items they wanted, and happily went to ask for the price. How do you sell this? Lin Ling came in front of the stall and sized up the other party. He found that it was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. The treasures on his body were extraordinary, and Lin Ling could only roughly sense his strength. He couldn't even see his face clearly. 3 dragon stones. A hoarse voice came. Too expensive, 1 at most. Lin Ling didn't like to be long-winded. Sir, I got this by luck. It is extremely rare and only appears in the netherworld. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. How about this, 2 dragon stones, no less. Fang's voice was filled with determination. Not many people need a divine embryo like you. If I don't like it, even fewer people will want it. Just 1. Lin Ling's attitude was even more resolute. No, 2 is the minimum. Back then, in order to kill him, I almost lost my life. The other party's voice gradually turned cold. It was obvious that he had obtained this treasure from his opponent. Lin Ling didn't say anything, turning to leave. Seeing this, the other party looked to the other side and ignored Lin Ling. But, Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with him and walked to another stall. However, just as Lin Ling was sizing up the stall, a helpless voice came. Forget it, forget it. 1 dragon stone it is. I'm most afraid of people like you. It was the owner of the previous stall. Obviously, he could see that Lin Ling was a cold person. If he wasn't willing to give in, then there was no way he would give in. He had no choice but to compromise. After all, few people needed that octopus-like divine embryo. Even ghost-type divine embryos didn't catch their eye. It was useless for him to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for a dragon stone. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently, as if he didn't want it. After thinking for a while, he walked back. That stalk of spirit grass is mine. He pointed at a spiritual herb on the stall. This was a thunder herb, which could also improve a lightning-type divine embryo, but not by much. You're ruthless. The stall owner was depressed, knowing that he had been cheated. He picked up the bottle and the spiritual herb and threw it at Lin Ling. While, Lin Ling also threw a dragon stone before turning to leave. Lin Ling, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bargain so hard. Bamboo, young Master Ming, and the others were still waiting. When they saw Lin Ling walk over, they all smiled. They're all shrewd people. When dealing with shrewd people, the more you talk, the more they know you care about the treasure and the more they will give in. It's better to be straightforward. Lin Ling said. You're right. Young Master Ming nodded. Don't you want to look around? There are all kinds of treasures here, there must be something suitable for you. Not for now. Lin Ling shook his head. He now had a large number of dragon stones, and it would only take time for him to break through. After that, he would improve his foundation. In fact, his 8 Dantian divine embryos had reached the limit, but because Pangu's foundation was too strong, he hadn't felt any bottleneck so far. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be stuck at a bottleneck in the future. At that time, he would need to comprehend the universe and the foundation of his divine embryos. He waited for the others to return. After a long time, everyone returned happily. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here. I found many of the things I dreamed of. Gong Xiao laughed. Sir, I found the lost treasure of the Grand Orient clan here. Shengyi was even more excited as he whispered to Lin Ling, that's good. Chapter 5179. Okay. Young Master and the others nodded. The treasures we are selling have some background after all. We must be careful. When we get the price of the auction, we will split it equally. Young Master Ming looked at everyone and said. Although he was not a good person, he had principles. After he joined Lin Ling, he did not intend to take advantage of anyone. Instead, he took care of everyone. To put it bluntly, he was a protective person. Only however, the prerequisite was to become his subordinate. Then, after that, everyone went to the auction house. The auction house was not hard to find, and it was not as luxurious as they had imagined. It was just a simple hall, but at that moment, no one entered the hall. Instead, there was a woman sitting cross-legged outside the door with her eyes slightly closed. The auction will start in 3 days. Please go back. She said. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. We are here to sell treasures. Sir, you are late. The treasures for the auction have already been decided. If you want to sell them, then do it half a year later. Our Purple Wind Caves auction is held every half a year. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go to Sea Leaf Mountain and Sea of Sabers. There will be auctions there soon. It's too far. We want to sell them here. Lin Ling said indifferently. Chu Wuzhu was a ticking time bomb. Naturally, it was better to sell it as soon as possible. Sir. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of displeasure. I have said that the treasures have already been decided. It can't be changed at will, unless your treasures are the best. Then look at this bead. Lin Ling took out the Chu Wuzhu, but the woman did not take it. However, looking at Lin Ling and the others, she saw that they were not willing to give up. Finally, she snorted and said, "Fine, I will make you give up." She picked up the Chu Wuzhu and checked it. At first, her expression did not change, but gradually, it became serious and finally turned into surprise. Because, this bead seemed to have no attack power and looked ordinary, but there was a mystery inside. Moreover, she blew out a wisp of fog and found that the fog could not be seen through at all. No magical power could detect it. One should know that if such a strange fog was used in a battle, it could hide from the opponent and even use the fog to interfere with the opponent. It was extremely powerful. This is... The woman's face was filled with shock. She no longer had the contempt from before. We don't know what kind of treasure it is either. Now, can this treasure be used as the final treasure? Lin Ling asked. Let me ask. The woman didn't dare to make any guarantees and said, if I take Chu Wuzhu to ask His Excellency, do you have any objections? It's better to ask your master to come out to avoid any trouble. Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. The woman also felt that Lin Ling was right. She quickly entered the hall, and a moment later, she walked out with a middle-aged man. Xiangyao, the auction is about to begin. I'm so busy that I can't leave. What do you want? The middle-aged man's expression was cold and filled with displeasure. Lord Chen, they want to sell some treasures. The woman was clearly afraid of the middle-aged man. Nonsense. At this time, unless it's a final treasure, how can it enter the auction? Moreover, our auction started selling treasures 10 days in advance. Don't they know? The middle-aged man frowned. He came in front of Lin Ling and the others and swept his gaze across them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qingzhu, the 12-winged Yang god, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. He looked back and forth, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It had to be said that these 4 women each had their own merits. Their temperaments were outstanding and were indeed very attractive. In particular, Longyang and the 12-winged Yang god were even more alluring. The solar gods. The middle-aged man also saw the 12-winged Yang god's origin. After all, that head of golden hair was a symbol. Therefore, he didn't dare to look too much. Instead, he stared at Longyang and the others. I didn't expect that a god would be so perverted. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lord Chen. The woman next to him was already familiar with the middle-aged man's personality. She reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the middle-aged man react. He snorted and said, "What treasure is this?" He immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also pushed Chu Wuzhu out, floating in the air. A mere bead actually wasted so much of my time. The middle-aged man was instantly furious. However, after checking Chu Wuzhu, his expression changed quietly. He picked up Chu Wuzhu and looked her up and down, his breathing rapid. After he used his divine essence to activate a wisp of fog, he kept checking the fog. Amazing, amazing. He muttered to himself, and even his words were incoherent. After all, even he couldn't see through the fog. How could such a treasure not be precious? It could be considered a life-saving trump card. However, he also checked that the bead was not activated by him with all his strength. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ling. How to use it? We don't have it. It's precisely because of this that we put it up for sale. Otherwise, we would have kept such a treasure for ourselves. Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man didn't suspect him. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest's cultivation level was not high, he felt that everything was normal. He stared at the bead in his hand, and then glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. These people, except for the woman from the sun god race, didn't seem to be from the god race, and he hadn't seen it before. Cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, "Do you know what this bead is called and where it came from?" Of course, this middle-aged man hid it well, but Lin Ling was not a newcomer. He dominated from the first level to the 6th level. How could he hide it from Lin Ling? "I don't know," Lin Ling said calmly. However, the truth was indeed so. He only knew that the bead came from the Chu family. Same as time, Jianghu and the rest also noticed something. "Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This bead comes from the Silver Moon race. It's called the Silver Mist bead. They lost it some time ago, but you stole it." Lord Chen's surprised expression changed to one of indifference. As expected, he was going to covet the Chu Wushu bead. In fact, Lin Ling and the rest already had this thought before they came. However, in the end, they realized that this was a big auction. Unless it was a sovereign-level treasure, the other party wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect that the auction would do something to the Chu Wushu bead. "I won't tell the Silver Moon race about this. As for this bead, I'll personally hand it over to the Silver Moon race." The middle-aged man said this and turned to enter the hall. The woman looked at each other. After all, she also knew that this bead seemed to belong to these people. As expected, young Master Ming's expression was cold. "How dare you?" Saint said. Gue was even more furious. He wanted to rush into the hall and take back the treasure. "You guys go first. We'll handle this." Lin Ling stopped them and cursed in his heart. After all, this was an unexpected disaster. They were fine, but they were forced to make a move again. Chapter 5180. Who are you? Get out. Random people are not allowed to enter the Purple Wind Cave auction. How dare you? The auction will be held in 3 days. Are you up to no good by rushing in at such a time? I don't think they have any good intentions. A cold voice said. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen sneered inwardly. This auction was organized by all the big shots of the god clans. How dare a random person be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling and the other two didn't leave. They were still looking at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. You're courting death. Seeing this, the people in the hall became even more furious. Why are you here? If you don't have a convincing explanation, you won't be able to leave today, a voice came from afar. Lin the three didn't even look at that person. Jianghu said indifferently, what's the matter? You'll have to ask him. Of course, there were countless experts here. However, they didn't believe that the auction house would dare to help others if things got out of hand. What's going on? At this moment, an old man with a high status walked out. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. He shouted. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. Lord Ma. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen quickly bowed to the old man. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, I don't know these three. They're probably here to scam us. I can only say that I'm unlucky to have met them. No matter what, make them leave. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, we're all busy. We don't have time to waste here. The old man turned and left after hearing this. Chen Quan let out a hollow laugh. He was not surprised by the scene before him. If we don't get back our treasures today, the three of us won't leave. At most, we'll make a big scene. Lin Ling's voice was heard. He seemed calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What arrogance! The gods in the hall were all shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, and these three had come to bully them? Lord Ma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so crazy. Arrogant. Provocative. This was a direct challenge to the Purple Wind Cave's auction. He knew that no matter how powerful a god was, they would still have to follow the rules. Where did these three people get their guts from? Then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Quan Yi sneered. If these three wanted to court death, he would just let them be. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, his heart was filled with mockery. With this kind of strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Would it be his turn to fart? He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait. A moment later, an arm blocked his path. It was Lord Ma. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. Although he looked old, his eyes were like lightning, and his back was straight as he looked down at Lin Ling's group of three. Are the three of you really planning to cause trouble? His voice was laced with killing intent. You should know that no matter what your background is, once you cause trouble here, the ones who will die will definitely be you, and your backers won't dare to speak up. Is that so? Bamboo suddenly said, I want to know if your Purple Wind Cave is so arrogant that you dare to ignore anyone. That's right. If you don't seek justice today, we'll just continue to cause trouble. If you want to fight or kill, the three of us will accompany you. Ling added, if we're really swindlers, you don't need to do anything. Our masters will kill us. If we're not at fault, this matter won't end so easily. Then the three of you can stay here forever. Chen Quan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect these three ants to be so bold. After all, in his opinion, with the experts of the auction taking action, these three could only swallow their hatred. Powerful godly power appeared on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to turn illusory. Wait. But at this moment, the old man stopped Chen Quan, still looking at Lin Ling's group. Let them speak. Lord. Chen Quan shouted. He couldn't understand why Lord Ma would give these three a chance to speak. The matter is very simple. The three of us brought treasures to sell, but after this person checked our treasures, he secretly hid the treasures as well. Therefore, we entered the auction house to seek justice. Lin Ling said bluntly. What a joke. What good treasures do the three of you have? Moreover, the auction is about to start, and the auction house has stopped accepting treasures. You should find a good reason to slander others. Chen Quan retorted. His gaze searched the surroundings and found the first woman, saying, Lord Ma, Fairy Xianxia was the one who received them. She knows the truth. Several pairs of eyes fell on Fairy Xianxia, making her nervous. She braced herself and walked over. Of course, she was also looking at Chen Quan. Seeing the coldness in his eyes, she instantly knew what was going on. Fairy Xianxia, you speak. The old man said indifferently. It's like this. Fairy Xianxia looked at Lin Ling's group, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of her eyes. A ray of light, Lin Ling and the rest also saw it. They instantly knew that things were about to take a different turn. Today, they did come to sell treasures, and I tried to stop them. However, they said that they had a great treasure to sell. I knew that this was no small matter, so I had to invite Lord Chen. Fairy Xianxia said slowly. Later, Lord Chen came. I wanted to see if they had any great treasures, but in the end. After saying 3 results, she looked at Lin Ling's group and finally gritted her teeth. In the end, they had nothing. As for what happened after that, I don't know. She said. She did not dare to add too much details, as she felt that she would offend people. After saying that, she left and looked at Lin Ling's group apologetically. Lin Ling's group saw this look. They were angry at this woman, but in the end, they let it go. After all, this woman was forced. Moreover, she kept apologizing to them. Did you hear that? That's what happened. At the same time, Chen Quan let out a sharp scream and looked coldly at Lin Ling's group. Now, what else do you have to say? The three of them were silent, and they suppressed their anger in their hearts. The three of them were arrogant people. From the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda, and from the Dao pagoda to the sixth floor, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? They would rather have a decisive battle than bear this accusation. If they did not kill Chen Quan, they would not be human. Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was incomparably strong. This, Chen Quan also saw the killing intent. Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly sneered and shouted, "It seems that some swindlers have tricked us to the Purple Wind Cave. Everyone, what should we do? These three are newcomers. The big shots from all sides do not dare to cause trouble here, but they are so unforgiving. They are really insensible. Kill them, don't waste time." Chapter 5181. Mockery and ridicule could be heard in the hall. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling and the other two. If not for Lord Ma, they would have killed these three flies already. Then, Fairy Qiong Yao felt guilty. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the other two in the eyes. She was a woman after all. She was not as heartless as the other gods. Do the three of you have anything to say? At this time, Lord Ma's voice floated out, causing the hall to fall silent again. Many people were curious. Why did Lord Ma still give the three of them a chance at a time like this? We can't set a precedent like the Purple Wind Cave. Chen Quan was a little anxious because he also felt that something was wrong. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. These three people are here to scam for food and drinks. How can we let them speak again and again? Moreover, the auction is about to start. It won't be good if it affects our reputation. That's right. Lord Ma, kill them. No need to talk nonsense. The auction will start in 3 days. We don't have time to play with them. Kill. Chen Quan's words were like a fuse that pushed the atmosphere to the peak again. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the other two's expressions remained calm, but they were a little curious. Lord Ma had indeed given them too many opportunities. Only Du Qingzhu knew that Lord Ma seemed to have noticed something. He knew about their background. No. Lord Ma gave them another chance. Lin Ling would not waste it. He said calmly, "What else can we say? This is your place. Even if it's white, you can twist it into black. Moreover, even if we say it, who will believe us? If you don't say it, you won't have any chance." Lord Ma replied. "Lord Ma!" Chen Quan shouted. Quan could not hold back anymore. He came to Lord Ma and was about to attack Lin Ling. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. However, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lord Ma was too easy to talk to. No. He attacked Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to surpass his. Lin Ling immediately activated his innate talent fusion. At the same time, young Master Ming and Qingzhu assisted him. Lin Ling reached out and destroyed the divine power outside Chen Quan's body. He then grabbed Chen Quan's neck. Strong the great universe locked down and actually suppressed all of Chen Quan's power, deciding his life and death in one fell swoop. Nolan Ling didn't kill him for the time being. Instead, he quickly searched his body. Fortunately, Chen Quan didn't leave Chu Wuzhu in the universe. Instead, he hid it on his body. Lin Ling was able to retrieve it. Under Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, Chen Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted weakly. This young man was only a martial saint. How could he be so strong? Looking at the hall again, it seemed as though no one had come to their senses yet. After all, Chen Quan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm, yet he was easily subdued by a saint. His life was now in the hands of another. Sway then, they looked at Jianghu and the other two. They instantly knew that this was caused by the three of them working together. Lord Ma obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Chen Quan was already captured, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say coldly, "Your Excellency, this is too much." Yes. Too much. He took our treasures by force, slandered us as liars, and instigated the auction to kill us. Is it too much to suppress him now? Lin Ling said indifferently. You said that he took your treasures? This matter hasn't been settled yet. Lord Ma frowned. Chen Quan is a very reliable person. He wouldn't do such a thing to destroy his reputation. I've known him for 100 years, so I know him well. That's right. Lord Chen isn't that kind of person. Why aren't you releasing him? Many people believed in Chen Quan. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a bead appeared in his hand. This is the treasure he took from us. Now, I've taken it back from him. Humph, do you think it's yours just because you say so? Even though Chen Quan was weak, he still tried to argue, or rather, you were the ones who snatched it from me. Furthermore, even though you tried to hide it, I believe that everyone here saw it. That's right, I saw it. He took advantage of Lord Chen's weakness to take this treasure from him. I guess that treasure originally belonged to Lord Chen. After he took it, he slandered it as his own. Many people were unhappy. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He said indifferently, since you say that the treasure belongs to him, then let him tell us what the treasure is and where it came from. This. Chen Quan was speechless. He had only roughly figured out the treasure's function. As for its origin, he did not have the time to investigate it. He had wanted to wait until this matter was over before taking a good look at the origin of the bead. However, Lin Ling and the others did not give him the time. My lord, please tell me. Seeing that Chen Quan was silent, Lin Ling asked with a smile. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The gods present were not idiots. They gradually realized that something was wrong. After all, if the bead belonged to Chen Quan, why didn't he say anything? Chen Quan? Lord Ma asked with a frown. Chen Quan secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a silver moon bead from the Silver Moon clan. Once used, it can release a silver mist that can block any god's detection." Are you done? Lin Ling asked. Ling continued with a smile, then, it's my turn. This is Chu Wuzhu from the Chaos World's Chu family. Only the Chu family's bloodline can release the mysterious mist. Others can only release 10% of the mist. Of course, if you're strong enough, you might be able to break this restriction and unleash the full power of the bead. I know. If you don't believe me, then let Lord Ma take a look. Lin Ling said. Ling also threw the Chu Wuzhu to Lord Ma. Everyone looked at Lord Ma. Chen Quan's heart trembled. He did not expect things to turn out like this. He only hoped that Lord Ma would not be able to see the origin of the bead. This bead. Lord Ma looked at it for a moment and finally raised his head. It is indeed from the Chaos World's Chu family. Its name is Chu Wuzhu. Hearing this, Chen Quan's entire body went limp. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell and was beyond redemption. What? Did Lord Chen really cheat them of their beads? However, Lord Chen is a good person. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Now that everything is clear, Lord Ma will not harm Lord Chen. Voices came from the hall. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling before did not dare to speak anymore. Since the truth is out, I have nothing to say. Lin Ling said. Ling looked around the hall. Powerful divine energy and physical strength flowed into his arm. Coupled with the suppression of the 5 realms universe, he suddenly patted Chen Quan's head. Wait! Lord Ma shouted. Only then did Lord Ma notice and anxiously shouted. However, he was still too slow. Boom! Thump! With a loud bang, Chen Quan's head exploded in front of everyone. Blood spurted out. His soul floated into the sky, entered the Bronze Gate, and went to the underworld to be reincarnated. Chapter 5182. The hall suddenly fell silent. Then, voices drifted out. Dead. How dare you kill Lord Chen? Although Lord Chen deceived you, he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, is it your turn to deal with our auction? Anger rose in everyone's hearts. They felt that Lin Ling was not giving them any face at the auction. He slandered us, stole our treasures, and even wanted to kill them. He deserves to die. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He looked at everyone indifferently. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Suddenly, Lord Ma's voice rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Many people looked at Lord Ma suspiciously. After all, Chen Quan was dead. Why was Lord Ma speaking up for an outsider? Chen Quan coveted the guests' treasures and violated the auction's rules. He deserved to die. Lord Ma's first sentence had shocked everyone. The auction is in 3 days. If this matter blows up, do you think it will benefit Purple Wind Cave? In the future, do you still want to come to Purple Wind Cave? If the guests had consigned an ordinary treasure, we would have just lost money. However, that Chu Wushu pearl is a precious treasure. Chen Quan's death ends this matter. No one will be able to pursue this matter. Do you have any objections? Many people's eyes flickered. They could not understand Lord Ma's intentions. However, it was undeniable that Chen Quan had violated the rules first. No objections. Someone spoke up. Following that, more people spoke up one after another. Lord Ma nodded and looked at Lin Ling and the rest. Guests, leave the Chu Wushu pearl to me. I will auction it for you. It is one of the most precious treasures. What do you think? Lord Ma is fair. I am sincerely convinced. No problem. Lin Ling said. Ling nodded. He also felt that Lord Ma was helping them. Of course, they were in the right. Fairy Qiangyao, come here. Lord Ma looked at the woman behind him. While, the woman's face turned pale. In fact, after Chen Quan's death, she knew that things were going to be troublesome. I also violated the rules. I don't care if I die, but I hope that my friends won't be implicated. She walked out and said to Lin Ling and the rest. Alright, it's up to you. Lord Bai nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Forget it, just as Lord Bai said, this matter is over. Lin Ling did not intend to punish the woman. Firstly, the woman was also forced to do so. Secondly, when the woman was slandering him, she kept apologizing. Fairy Qiangyao was stunned. Fairy Qiangyao, why aren't you thanking the guest? Lord Bai was also taken aback, but he suddenly smiled and said. Thank you, thank you, thank you, said Joan. Fairy Yao hurriedly bowed. She was incomparably grateful to Lin Ling and the others. Alright, you can leave now. His Excellency waved his hand at him and said to Lin Ling, guest, please follow me. There are some procedures that need to be followed to sell the treasures. Once the treasures are auctioned off, the Purple Wind Cave will take 10% of the commission. The rest will be yours. Lin Ling immediately followed behind Lord Bai. After passing through the main hall, a corridor appeared in front of them. Both sides of the corridor were filled with bamboo, and looked extremely elegant. Guests, I almost wronged you before. Here, I apologize to you. Lord Bai said as he walked. His Excellency said as he walked. His dignified expression disappeared and became a little more benevolent. It's okay, as long as we get the justice we deserve. Ling said. Lord Bai suddenly looked at Jianghu and said with a smile, "Little friend, have we met before?" "I don't know, but I think Lord Bai should have heard of the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave," Jianghu said with a smile. She guessed that the reason Lord Bai helped them was probably because he had guessed something. "You are indeed that old man's disciple." Lord Bai suddenly smiled bitterly. He had guessed a thing or two before because he had the chance to meet that old man once. At that time, Jianghu was also present, so he had a slight impression of him. "I didn't expect that old man's disciple to also come out of the mountain. It seems that the matter of the chaotic realm ruler interfering in the Dao Tower is getting closer and closer." Lord Bai said again, then looked at Lin Ling and said, "This young master is also that old man's disciple. He is my junior brother. So that's how it is. It seems that they are all on the same side. Back then, I was fortunate enough to be helped by that old man. I still can't forget this kindness. Don't worry, since you are that old man's disciples, I will do my best to help you in the Purple Wind Cave. By the way, our auction will have the participation of all the major god clans, Myriad Sea Clan, Ya Clan, Mountain Push Party, Silvermoon Clan, and Fengshua Clan. If you have a conflict with them, just mention my name. Even if they have a great enmity with you, they won't dare to mess around with you. Moreover, the Purple Wind Cave's cave master also has karma with that old man. When he knows that you are here, he will definitely help you." "Thank you, Lord Bai." Ling and Jianghu didn't expect their master to have such great face. "I won't disturb you anymore. This is my sound transmission jade talisman. If you have any problems, let me know. Go down the corridor and you will see the area where the guests are. You can rest there." Lord Bai handed over a jade talisman and bowed slightly. "Lord Bai, my friends are still outside. Can you let them come in with us?" Ling suddenly said. "As long as there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem. Let Fairy Qiangyao help you." Lord Bai smiled. Ling immediately thanked him and continued walking with Jianghu and the others. "I didn't expect that I would take advantage of your limelight." Young Master Ming looked around and smiled. Of course, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of that god. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for Jianghu, he had already guessed it. "Let's wait here for the 12-winged sun god and the others, lest they get lost." After walking for a while, Lin Ling stopped and suggested. Everyone the man nodded and waited quietly in the corridor. Not long after, the thunder god and the others all arrived. Moreover, their faces were full of shock. After all, they had been waiting quietly outside the auction all this time. Moreover, they were already mentally prepared that there would be a great battle at any time. However, the battle didn't happen. Instead, they were invited in, and they could see that the auction seemed to be very polite to them. Of course, they also suspected that it was a trap, but after seeing Lin Ling and the others, they all relaxed. Lin Ling, Mother, Shaoluan, and the others all smiled at Lin Ling. "Come, let's talk as we walk." Ling Ling knew that they were curious, so he led them along the corridor and roughly told them what had happened. After a while, a garden appeared at the end of the corridor. There were artificial mountains in the garden, and rich spiritual energy was like a dense fog. Being in the garden, they felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot. Chapter 5183. Dear guests, this way. Fairy Yao politely led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly in a good mood. Ben. The second half of the Dao Pagoda was already cruel enough. Previously, she had offended Lin Ling and the rest. She had thought that she would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would spare her? Naturally, she was very grateful to Lin Ling and the rest. In addition, Lord Bai had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Lin Ling and the rest. She found the largest pavilion and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit inside. Then, she took out fine wine and other things and placed them on the table. So many people? And the treatment is too good. The gods in the surrounding pavilions looked over with furrowed brows. They were also VIPs, but the treatment was as different as heaven and earth. There are indeed many people. I don't know who the leader is, but there are quite a lot of beauties. Someone sneered. There are still 3 days before the auction. Let's wait here for 3 days and cultivate. Moreover, cultivating in this garden is obviously different. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the rest. Lei Gong and the rest were very happy. After all, they now had a large number of dragon stones. In addition to this cultivation treasure land, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, this place was not suitable for cultivating with dragon stones, so they mostly focused on stabilizing their realms. While Lin Ling and the rest were cultivating, a figure suddenly walked towards Lin Ling. It was a youth wearing a silver robe. Behind him were 2 people, and they were not weak at all. They had the strength of a deity-level universe giant god. And, that youth seemed to be a pinnacle saint universe giant god, but his aura was tyrannical. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Dear guest, that pavilion has already been reserved. Fairy Qiangyao, who had been standing outside the pavilion, suddenly panicked when she saw the youth walking over. She was responsible for serving Lin Ling and the rest. As long as she served them well, the auction would not pursue her previous mistakes. She did not want to make any mistakes at this time. Yo, you are also quite beautiful. The youth had one hand behind his back while the other hand moved towards Fairy Qiangyao's face. Guest. Fairy Qiangyao was shocked. She did not expect this young man to be so daring. Where are you going? Just as the young man was about to step back to avoid the attack, he frowned. A powerful force surged out and grabbed Fairy Qiangyao into his arms. Dear guest, please don't. Please respect yourself. I'm an auctioneer. Fairy Yao became anxious and kept resisting. Get lost. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. His brows twitched, and his eyes turned silver, looking extremely ferocious. With just a glance at Fairy Qiangyao, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. That he felt as if he had gone from the lower level of the Dao Pagoda to the upper level. His body was breaking apart, but this time, it would not reform. No, cried Joan. As Fairy Yao watched herself disappear, she frantically screamed in panic. This is the sound also woke up Lin Ling and the others in the gazebo. Originally, they thought that this was an auction and nothing would happen, so they all calmed down and stabilized their cultivation. Only when Fairy Qiangyao shouted did they realize that Fairy Qiangyao had disappeared. Death, yes. The fairy who had politely greeted them just now died in front of everyone's eyes. What? At this moment, young Master Ming's pupils shrank. He was the first to stand up, his eyes burning with anger. He was a person who was both righteous and evil, but he had always been protective of his own people. Fairy Qiangyao was in charge of receiving them, and in his eyes, she was half of his people. How could he allow an outsider to humiliate her? Even more. Moreover, she was killed in front of him, which was more like a slap to his face. Same. Similarly, Qing Zhu and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Fairy Qiangyao had slandered them before, but she was obviously a kind person. She did not become cold and heartless in order to protect herself. In the process of slandering them, she kept apologizing to them. Lin Ling and the others also considered this woman half a friend. In the end, no one expected that Fairy Qiangyao would not die in Chen Quan's hands, but in the hands of an unknown young man. There are a few beautiful women. At this moment, the silver-robed young man was still walking forward, as if the people he had killed were dust, ants, and not worth his attention. He walked into the small pavilion and smiled at Longyang. The 12-winged Yang god said, I am Xianxia, from the Silver Moon clan. I am the direct descendant of the Silver Moon ancestor god Silver Moon. It is a pleasure to meet you. He had killed Fairy Qiangyao, but it was as if nothing had happened. He ignored Lin Ling and the others. Scram! Longnyang and the 12-winged Yang god said at the same time. They were also angry about Fairy Qiangyao's death. Ha ha ha, when a beauty is angry, it is a different kind of flavor. I like it, I like it. Xianxia laughed and said to the two experts behind him, look, when the other women saw me, they all panicked or took the initiative to hug me. Only these two women told me to scram. Isn't it interesting? Young master, it is indeed interesting. The two experts laughed as well. They spoke as they pleased, ignoring everyone in the garden, which attracted a lot of attention. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It is Xianxia. This guy is the 9th son of the Silver Moon ancestor. Many people whispered, but no one dared to talk about it. Little beauties, I will give you one more chance. Come into my arms. Don't tell me to scram. It is fun to hear this once, but it will be boring to hear it a second time. After all, I am not a patient person, and I don't like cold beauties. Xianxia said again at this time. Scram! The two women shouted angrily again, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Silver Xianxia was still smiling, but his smile gradually became cold. He was the direct descendant of the Silver Moon clan, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this. Even more. So many people in the garden were looking at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Bitch, I gave you face, but you don't want it. His eyes turned silver, and he attacked Longnyang and the young man. However, Longnyang and the young man were not weak. 16 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and the light of the sun was blooming. They collided with the silver light. While a sword appeared in Longnyang's hand, which was even more terrifying. When she waved it, a mysterious light appeared, and the silver light could not hurt Longnyang and the young man at all. What's going on? Everyone in the garden was shocked. 10. They recognized the sun god with 2 wings. He was from the sun god clan. They were surprised by the other beautiful woman. Her sword had a powerful mysterious power, which made people feel that it was invulnerable. Most importantly, this power was between life and vitality, which was very strange. It is the power of eternal life. An old man exclaimed. Eternal life. The power of life represented eternal life. Whoever controlled this power would be able to obtain eternal life. If this power was used on someone else, that person would also be able to obtain eternal life. As long as that person didn't enter the underworld, no matter how great their injuries were, they wouldn't die. No one expected that the two women would be so powerful that they could block Xianxia's attack. Chapter 51-84. Go to hell. Go. As the two of them fought against Xianxia, a bronze door appeared and suppressed Xianxia. Young Master Ming had made his move. As soon as the bronze door appeared, everyone felt as if they were facing death. Their powers were all affected. Death. Even gods were afraid of death, let alone humans. When the feeling of death came, even the most strong-willed people would feel a ripple in their heart. If they were people who craved for life and feared death, they would be scared half to death and lose all hope of surviving. Why does he control such a powerful force? It doesn't look like the force of the universe. Some people were not affected, but they looked serious. They knew that once this force grew stronger, it would be extremely terrifying. What is this? Xianxia, who was in the spotlight, turned pale. He did not expect these people to fight back. Moreover, these people were so powerful. Crack. 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 Even as his eyes widened in shock, a hand reached out toward him. It was a hand made of bone, as white as jade. When Xianxia looked down, he realized that his heart had been pierced through, and his deity heart had been ripped out of his body. Bang! 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 He could even hear his own heart beating. Ah! He shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back, but Longyang and the 12-winged sun god were suppressing him. Moreover, the bronze door was affecting his condition. Those who see the bronze door have no control over your life. A cold voice floated in front of him. Young Master Ming was looking at Xianxia coldly. You! Xianxia shouted. Genesis roared with great difficulty as he watched his own heart being pulled out and crushed by Qin Wentian. This process could be said to be the greatest torture in life. After all, he was watching himself die slowly. 100 questions arose in his heart. Why did these people want to kill him? Difficult, was it because he had flirted with the two women? Only yes, it was just flirting. Was it necessary to kill him? Were these people more domineering than the Silver Moon clan? Young Master. The two powerful people finally reacted. After all, they did not expect Xianxia to fight back and be so powerful. They, all of them, unleashed their powers to save Xianxia. Although Silver Creation's heart had been crushed, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Gods were powerful, so as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could still be restored. Help me. Genesis sensed this and shouted weakly. Senior sister. At this moment, Lin Ling and Qing Zhu looked at each other. Then, with tacit understanding, they erupted with all their strength, one against one. The two of them were very strong. Even if Lin Ling went all out against one of them, he would not be able to kill his opponent in a short period of time. Of course, his goal was to block the other party. In addition, he didn't want to casually expose the Sword of Faith, so he had hidden a few trump cards. Again looking at Qing Zhu, she had easily blocked her opponent. These people are so strong. Many people exclaimed again. Piss off. The two experts looked anxious, but they couldn't beat back Lin Ling and his companion. Go to hell. Looking at young Master Ming, he did not even look at the two powerhouses. Instead, he was staring at Xianxia. Although of course, he and Qing Zhu were rivals, and he had only met Lin Ling once. However, he believed in Lin Ling and his companion's character. Lin Ling and his companions were both righteous and evil, but they were all people of principle. In the ancient universe, gods who had done all kinds of evil would die without a doubt unless they were strong enough. Most gods who were like the Virgin Mary did not live long. Only a god with principles would be able to live longer. How is this possible? Genesis sensed the change behind him, and he was shocked again. This. A group of people. Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were so strong. Most importantly, such a terrifying group of people had gathered together. Bang! Netherworld fire burned, and Xianxia's deity heart completely dissipated. He said coldly, "The Silver Moon God clan will not let you go." After saying that, his soul was sucked into the bronze door and disappeared into the sky. Do you think you'll be fine after entering the Netherworld? Unfortunately, you've entered my Netherworld. Young Master Ming looked at the sky and said coldly. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu were shocked. Could it be that young Master Ming's universe was a new Netherworld? No wonder young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe. It's your turn. Young Master Ming looked at the two powerhouses. He opened the bronze door and helped Lin Ling kill his opponent. Then, he helped Qing Zhu. In a short period of time, the powerhouses of the Silver Moon God clan were all killed. Young Master Ming walked back, and his expression was still cold. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu exchanged a glance. They could tell why young Noble Ming was so angry. Most likely, it was because of Fairy Qiongyao's death. Lin Ling and the others were also enraged by Fairy Qiongyao's death, and they would also act like young noble Ming. However, they did not expect young Master Ming to be angrier than them. This person is really strange. Qing Zhu smiled secretly. Lin Ling thought about how he killed young Master Ming in the tomb on the first level. He did not expect young Master Ming to not avenge them. Could it be because of Ning Qingxin? These people are crazy. This is the 6th floor. There are many experts from the Silver Moon clan here. They killed a direct descendant of the Silver Moon Divine clan, the son of the Divine Ancestor. The Silver Moon clan will never let them go. In the garden, all the gods returned to their seats. Lin Ling and his companions were still sitting. They could hear what the gods were saying. However, they did not care about it. They had an irreconcilable feud with the Silver Moon God clan. Even if Yin Chuangshi did not provoke them, they would not let him go. Yin Chuangshi is dead? At this moment, the auction house received the news. Lord Bai's expression changed drastically. Lord Bai, those people are really bold. Not only did they kill Lord Chen Quan, they even killed the young master of the Silver Moon God clan in the auction house. What should we do? Someone asked worriedly. Don't touch them. Let them deal with the Silver Moon God clan themselves. We will not interfere. Lord Ma said after thinking for a while. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lord Ma to still help those people. Those people did not kill an ordinary person. They killed Yin Chuangshi. Lord Ma, shouldn't we let the manager know about this? Besides, he might not agree with your decision. Someone said. No. After a while, an order came. The manager has said that this matter has nothing to do with the auction house. The auction will continue. No. Everyone in the auction house was shocked. The manager was also helping those people. Could it be that those guests had a powerful background? And, the manager was the person with the highest status in the auction house. Since he had said so, no one dared to say anything. Time passed quietly. The auction had officially begun. The treasures of the gods from different eras were put up for auction. The currency of the auction was dragon stones. No. While the auction was in full swing, on the other side of the auction house, the ancient Myriad Sea tribe, Chen Quan is dead. Chapter 5185. In the camp of the Myriad Oceanic tribe, a dozen figures were looking at the corpse on the ground. It was Chen Quan's corpse. Chen Quan is a guest elder of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. He represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe. How did he die? An old man with blue skin and ears like conches said coldly. How dare they? Chen Quan represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe to invest in the Purple Wind Cave. Doesn't the Purple Wind Cave know who he is? Who is the murderer? We must avenge him and destroy his entire tribe. Murderer. The people of the Myriad Oceanic tribe shouted angrily. Your Majesty, the Purple Wind Cave sent word that Chen Quan violated the rules and was killed. The god in charge of bringing Chen Quan's corpse back said. Do you think the auction house can do anything about it? The old man who spoke first said angrily. No, Chen Quan was not killed by the auction house. He was killed by a guest. I heard that Chen Quan was greedy for their treasures and violated the rules. Therefore, the guest killed him. The auction house could not do anything about it, so they could only send the corpse back. Guest? What kind of guest is that? What kind of treasure is worth a life? I heard that it's the final treasure. The final treasure. After hearing those words, the anger of the Myriad Oceanic tribe subsided a little. After all, the final treasure was no small matter. It was no wonder that the guest would kill someone out of anger if they were greedy for it. Of course, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was one of the 12 divine tribes. Even if their people were in the wrong, the Myriad Oceanic tribe would deal with it. Where are the guests now? The old man said coldly. He's still in the Purple Wind Cave, but I just received news that those guests killed Silver Genesis. How dare they kill Xianxia? The 6th floor is going to be in chaos. What did the Purple Wind Cave say about this? The Purple Wind Cave ignored it. That's strange. According to the auction house's style, they would capture Xianxia and send him to the Silver Moon tribe. Since the auction house ignored it, it means that the guests have a powerful background. The old man pondered and said coldly, no matter what, the Purple Wind Cave did not dare to touch them. If the myriad oceanic tribe dares to do so, the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. At the same time, on the other side of the Silver Moon clan, endless moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, making the entire valley holy. A huge statue sat on the ground. This statue was completely transparent, as if it was condensed from light. Its aura was incomparably powerful. He did not look like a statue, because he was alive, and more importantly, he was breathing. With a single breath, an endless amount of light dust sprinkled out, dyeing the entire valley silver. Moreover, if one looked carefully, on the cliff of the valley, a large number of experts were also cultivating. Their bodies were also emitting silver moonlight. My lord, young Master Genesis is dead. However, a phantom-like figure walked in. Because under the moonlight, this person turned into a blur, and nothing could be seen clearly. Only yes, as soon as his voice sounded, the entire valley suddenly became silent. Everyone stopped breathing. What? My 9th brother is dead. The largest statue in the valley let out a furious roar. Swish la la. He stood up, a gust of wind blew. The moonlight seemed to materialize as a vortex appeared around him. He was killed by a group of unknown guests in the Purple Wind Cave, and the Purple Wind Cave did not care about this matter. How dare they? The Purple Wind Cave originally had members of our Silver Moon clan, and now that they are dead, they did not care. Since the Purple Wind Cave did not care, the Silver Moon clan will take care of it ourselves. Lord Genesis Universe, should we go to the Purple Wind Cave immediately? Go, all the Silver Moon clan members in this area go out and bring those people back for the deity race to deal with. The valley suddenly became dazzling, and a large number of Silver Moon gods stood up. Judging by their appearances, they were all giant universe gods. On the other side, the Purple Wind Cave auction was held as scheduled. It was in full swing and extremely lively. All the gods in the vicinity had gathered to purchase the items that they wanted. 2 major incidents have happened in the auction. I'm afraid the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. In a bamboo forest, a god in armor cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, a storm is coming in the Purple Wind Cave. Looking at the bamboo forest, a middle-aged man in a loose white robe held a sprinkler in his hand and was watering the bamboo shoots in the forest. According to my estimation, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan will come here to ask for those people. Let them come. The Purple Wind Cave will not interfere in this matter, but we will not send them to their doorstep. Manager, why? Although we will not interfere, we will still offend the 2 deity races. You must know that the reason the Purple Wind Cave is able to hold an auction here is because the deity races have given us face. This matter cannot be explained in a few words. I can only say that we cannot afford to offend those guests. This. After a round of discussion, the god's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, our Violet Wind Cave's auction has the backing of a few great divine clans. With just the Myriad Oceanic clan and Silver Moon clan, they wouldn't dare act rashly. They can only vent their anger on those guests, and whether those guests can overcome this calamity will depend on their luck. At the very least, we've helped them. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. At the same time, Lin Ling and the others were sitting quietly in the auction house, watching all kinds of rare treasures being auctioned off. They were VIPs and had the right to bid first. Moreover, if the price difference was not big, they could also bid first for the treasures. Guests, this is what happened. Someone beside Lin Ling and the other two reminded them in a low voice. Okay, we know. Qing Zhu waved his hand and dismissed the person. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and young Master Ming and said, it seems that Chen Quan's background is not small. He belongs to the Myriad Sea clan. Now, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are coming to settle accounts with us. The manager of the auction house asked us if we should leave now or after the auction. The manager of the auction house is quite generous. We killed someone in his territory, but he did not arrest us. Instead, he reminded us. Young Master Ming laughed. It is probably useless to leave. After we killed that person, someone must be watching us. Why don't we leave after the auction? Lin Ling suggested after pondering for a while. Junior brother, you are right. Since this is the case, let's stay here for now. What will come sooner or later. Qing Zhu nodded and told Lei Gong and the others the news so that they could be mentally prepared. I want to see how powerful the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are. Although they knew that trouble was coming, none of them were afraid. After all, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan were their old rivals. Moreover, they were unwilling to back down from the previous incident. Therefore, they would deal with it as it came. This auction is a soul demise stone. It can increase one's understanding of the universe and increase one's soul power. The starting price is 10 dragon stones. Chapter 5186. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of treasure can only increase one's soul force by a limited amount. Even in the universe, it can only increase one's soul force by a small amount. It's not worth much. In terms of soul force and understanding of the universe, Lin Ling could be considered a grandmaster. I see. Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about this treasure, but others didn't. They fought over it until their heads bled. In the end, the Soul Demise Stone was bought for 320 dragon stones, and it was won by a woman. Except. Next, the auction continued. Along the way, Shengyi, Longnyang, and the others took a fancy to the treasures they wanted and won them. They had a good harvest in the mountain valley and didn't lack dragon stones. No. Unknowingly, it was time for the finale treasures, and there were many of them. The entire auction house fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened. After all, although the treasures in the auction were rare, they weren't unobtainable. The finale treasures were usually one of a kind. It was hard to buy them even if you had money. The first finale treasure, jade-clothed flesh fruit. The fruit floated out. It was wrapped in lotus leaves and looked like a piece of meat. It emitted a sweet fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? Many people were curious. This is a fruit that floats in the Chaos Realm's void. In the Grand Mist era, there were many such fruits, but there aren't many now. It is said that this is the food of the giant god race and the Panga race. It can greatly increase one's physical strength and strengthen one's body. However, not everyone can eat this fruit. The starting price is 500 dragon stones. Each bid increases by 10 dragon stones. A voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This treasure had deeply attracted him. This treasure that could increase one's physical strength was just right for him. I didn't expect that there would be something I like in this auction. Lin Ling licked his lips. He was determined to win. Junior brother, buy it. Qing Zhu saw Lin Ling's expression and hurriedly advised, you don't have enough dragon stones. I have some here. Buy as many dragon stones as you want. On the other hand, Lin Ling had also obtained a lot of dragon stones in the valley. It was enough for the auction. However, Lin Ling wanted to save some dragon stones. He shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let's see how things go. While they were talking, someone had already made a bid. The first bid was 550 crystals. 600 dragon stones. Is 600 a lot? I'll pay 700. If you have the ability, then compete with me. 800 dragon stones. The scene was very lively. Originally, the final treasure was no small matter. In addition, it was a rare fruit that could increase one's physical strength. This was something that couldn't be missed. No voices continued to ring out, causing the price to soar to 1,000 pieces. After reaching this price, the number of people bidding finally decreased a little. But Lin Ling's expression was still ugly. He didn't expect it to be so popular. It was beyond his expectations. 1,300 dragon stones. The old voice suddenly rang out and eliminated many more people. There was a brief moment of silence. 3,000 dragon stones. However, Lin Ling's voice floated out. This time, he had more than doubled the price. Everyone was shocked, and countless gazes looked towards Lin Ling. The main reason was that the price had increased too much. It's him, the accomplice who killed Xianxia. They haven't left yet. How bold. That guy with a sneer on his face killed Xianxia. This person dares to snatch the treasure. I don't think he's a good person. Whispers could be heard. No one dared to bid anymore. However, it wasn't that people were afraid. They just didn't want to get into trouble. In many people's eyes, that group of people was doomed. 3,000 dragon stones going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. The old voice sounded. The treasure was now Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was relieved. He had finally gotten it. When he saw the price soar, he couldn't help but make a move. Moreover, he raised the price in one go to shock everyone. Fruit. However, many people were shocked. They thought that Lin Ling was rich. However, after calming down, they realized that it was not a loss to buy a fruit that could increase one's physical strength with 3,000 dragon stones. Buy. Although the dragon stones were precious, as long as they stayed on the 6th floor, they could get them back sooner or later. However, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Sue. Many people began to feel annoyed and helpless. At this time, a large number of people walked into the hall and sat down. They looked around. Judging by the color of their skin, they were obviously from the Wanhai tribe. It's them. That white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan. Someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. His voice was loud, and the auction house quieted down. The auction was temporarily stopped. Clap. The auction house didn't chase away the people from the Wanhai tribe. Firstly, they had the right to come in. Secondly, the Wanhai tribe had shares in the auction house. They were not to be trifled with. They're so slow. Ling looked at the people from the Wanhai tribe and shook his head with a smile. He was not surprised by their appearance at all. They came in the second half of the auction. They're really slow. Young Master Ming said coldly. He looked at the group and shook his head. He thought that some strong people had come, but it was a group of early-stage universe giant gods. It seemed that this group of people didn't know that Chen Quan was killed by Lin Ling. Maybe they guessed that it was the auction house that helped Lin Ling kill Chen Quan. The Wanhai tribe is here. It should be the Silver Moon tribe soon. Green said. Bamboo smiled. However, the Wanhai tribe is really overbearing. They actually dared to stop the auction. It seems that they came prepared. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Did you kill Elder Chen Quan? Stop hiding and come out. Hide? Ling shook his head. He knew that these enemies would come and find him. He didn't plan to hide. I'll do it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. I killed Chen Quan, right? I'll do it. You guys just sit down. Later, the Silver Moon tribe will be here too. You guys will have the chance to attack then. Ling said to young Master Ming and the others. He walked out and looked at the group of people from the Wanhai tribe. I'm the manager of the Wanhai tribe in the Purple Wind Cave area. The man stood up and looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. On the 6th floor. The 6th floor was where the various deity tribes gathered. They had their own headquarters and minded their own business. Of course, every deity tribe had many headquarters. The main reason was that the 6th floor was too big. He's the manager of the Wanhai tribe. TSK, there's a good show to watch. After knowing the background of the man, they were even more delighted. I'm Wanzhong too. The man continued, come back with me obediently. Don't think about escaping. You guys can't escape. The moment he said that, many people's eyes flashed. This. The male from the Myriad Seas clan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Although he was quite strong, he had personally witnessed the trio killing Xianxia in the garden. And, the three of them were early-stage universe giant gods. Silver Genesis was a saint, but his combat power was obvious to all. He was comparable to an early-stage universe giant god. But he was still killed in the end. This showed that the strength of this group was extraordinary. Chapter 5187. What's your name? Wan Zhongtu asked again. It was as if he dominated the entire process. You don't have the right to know my name. I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. Ling finally spoke. You're the same as Chen Quan. You're both idiots. Do you know what you're saying? Zhongtu emanated coldness that could crush the soul of others. He'd thought that their limbs would definitely go limp and kneel down to beg for mercy, but he hadn't expected that they would disregard him, and the white-haired man would even look down upon him. You're courting death. He unleashed his strength, and his divine power surged like an ocean. Whoosh! Shadows appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like tentacles. A giant octopus appeared behind Wan Zhongtu. This. It was his divine body. The divine body of the Wanhai tribe was related to the sea. It was said that they were the ancestors of the sea. Boom! Rumble! All of a sudden, the auction house began to tremble. The roof of the auction house suddenly opened, and a light screen appeared to protect the entire auction house. The auction house was located in the Purple Wind Cave, and there were countless treasures being auctioned. Therefore, they had already prepared for emergencies. People also dispersed and left the auction house to watch. That white-haired man is only a saint, and Wan Zhongtu is a deity. How can he fight? Wan Zhongtu has a divine body. He's definitely not an ordinary deity. Voices of assessment floated out. Only the deities in the garden knew that this battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. Again. Wan Zhongtu had already unleashed his full strength, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was the manager of this area, and the Wanhai tribe had entrusted him with an important task. Now, nobody dared to look down on him. Today. He was going to establish his prestige in the Purple Wind Cave. Lord Manager, kill him. Cheers rang out from the Myriad Sea tribe side. They all believed that it would be a piece of cake for the manager to attack a saint. Boom! Rumble! The tentacles of the octopus shot toward Lin Ling like swords. The divine power was incomparably huge, reaching hundreds of trillions. Hundreds of trillions of divine power. I've only fused with 15 trillion divine power. This guy's strength isn't much weaker than King Wan Tao. Unfortunately, I have many dragon stones above me, but I don't have time to refine and break through. Go all out. Lin Ling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference between the two of them was a great realm. Boom! He activated innate skill fusion and Pangu's strike appeared. His divine power was unrivaled. Soon after, he shot towards Wan Zhongsheng like a cannonball. Ding ding dang dang. Countless tentacles containing terrifying divine power landed on Lin Ling's body, but they were repelled by a powerful force. It was the power of his physical body. After activating the ancient strike, Lin Ling's godly power was temporarily invincible. Of course, there was a limit to this invincibility. For example, right now, facing hundreds of trillions of godly power, Lin Ling felt waves of intense pain coming from his body. And furthermore, Pangu's attack duration was shorter than usual. Dang, however, this was enough, because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Wan Zhongtu, causing Wan Zhongtu's expression to change. Divine power is ineffective? What a joke! He was somewhat confused. This was the first time he saw divine power being ineffective. It was extremely heaven-defying. After all, the basic attack of a god was divine power. Now that the basic attack was ineffective, how was he going to fight? Cloud of heavy earth. Suddenly, Wan Zhongtu released a loud shout, opening his mouth to spit out terrifying clouds and mist. This was heavy poison universe. It was a divine power that fused his godly body with the universe. You want to poison me? Unfortunately, you're dreaming. Ling didn't dare to touch the poisonous cloud casually. Although his physical body was strong, his opponent's godly body wasn't weak either. He activated Lin Ling Universe to block all poisonous things. Universe of 5 realms. Heavy Earth shouted again. Why was this saint-level universe so difficult to deal with? Your luck has come to an end. After blocking 2 powerful attacks from Wan Zhongtu, Lin Ling activated his trump card and intimidated Wan Zhongtu's soul. Shwa shwa shwa. Only behind Wan Zhongtu's octopus body, countless tentacles were cut off as if they were cut by a knife. Wan Zhongtu's godly body was indeed powerful. It could actually block soul power. Sword of Faith. Ling knew that although Wan Zhongtu blocked Universe 3 Extremes break, he had lost the means to attack. After all his tentacles were cut off, and it would take time for them to grow again. A dazzling light sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. This sword didn't seem powerful, but it was extremely dazzling as if it came from the beginning of the universe. Wan Zhongtu Heavy Earth's pupils trembled. This sword didn't seem huge, but it was too dazzling. It was as if it could burn him and give him a lot of pressure. Shwa. When the sword slashed down, a burning smell drifted out. A dazzling sword mark appeared on Wan Zhongtu's body. From top to bottom, he was cut in half. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Again, the people of the ocean race who were cheering were speechless and dumbfounded. Their leader had been defeated in battle. Then they wanted to help, but after seeing the dazzling white sword in Lin Ling's hand, they didn't dare to move. They almost fainted. Why was the white-haired man so powerful? Why didn't anyone tell them? While Lin Ling also withdrew the Sword of Faith because he realized that Wan Zhongtu was very powerful. His sword had consumed a lot of power of faith. Then, he looked to the other side and saw a piece of flesh wriggling on the ground. Then, it slowly turned into a human. It was Wan Zhongtu. This guy didn't die. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that Wan Zhongtu was indeed unique in being able to become a divine race. After all, after his Sword of Faith, no one had survived. Wan Zhongtu was the first. No. Wan Zhongtu, who was revived, was very pale. His eyes were filled with fear. He could revive because his original body was an octopus. Even if he was cut in half, he could revive through the body. Who the hell is this guy? Voices kept rising in his mind. Manager, do we still want to catch them? Someone from the myriad oceanic race asked. Wan Zhongtu almost cursed out loud. Could they catch them in this situation? Could they catch them? Let's go. He didn't dare to stay and planned to bring more experts. Go. Seeing that guy was about to run away, Lin Ling immediately sneered, "Do you think you can still escape?" As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Humph. Wan Zhongtu snorted coldly, "You're very strong. We underestimated you. But you have to understand that I'm just a manager of the Myriad Sea tribe. There are many people like me in the Myriad Sea tribe. You can't afford to provoke me. I can't afford to offend you." Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Wan Zhongtu indifferently. This with just one look, Wan Zhongtu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That smile and expression made them panic because a thought had appeared in their minds. This white-haired man wanted to kill them all. Crazy. Chapter 5188. What does he mean? Is he going to kill Wan Zhongtu and the others? That's impossible. That's impossible. This is the 6th level. If he dares to touch Wan Zhongtu and the others, it's tantamount to angering the Myriad Oceanic race. Offending the Myriad Oceanic race on the 6th level is tantamount to digging one's own grave. He's definitely just trying to scare them. Everyone in the auction was discussing animatedly. Lin Ling was still looking at Wan Zhongtu. Wan Zhongtu was silent, but he was very nervous. This was because he could clearly sense killing intent from Lin Ling's appearance. He felt that Lin Ling was really going to kill them. No. However, the Myriad Oceanic race behind Wan Zhongtu didn't think so. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to touch them. 10. Who in the Dao Pagoda didn't know about the majesty of the god race? Apart from a few gods, very few people dared to go against the god race. You're strong. We can't stop you, but you should know that if you dare to kill us, you'll be wanted by the Myriad Oceanic race. Where can you escape to? Behind Wan Zhongtu, an old man smiled faintly and said, "I'll say something else. If you really want to kill us, you'd better do it now. When we leave, you won't have the chance." When Wan Zhongtu heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Was this a provocation? If it was a provocation to someone with a guilty conscience, the effect would be 100%. However, if it was a provocation to someone who wanted to kill, the effect would be the opposite. Thank you for the reminder. In order to not let you down, it seems that I should do it now. As expected, Lin Ling said faintly. The faith sword appeared in his hand again. Although it was much dimmer than before, it was still sharp. Most importantly, Wan Zhongtu was now seriously injured and might not be able to block his sword. You! The gods of the Myriad Oceanic race stared. This guy really dared to kill them? Run! Wan Zhongtu had already guessed Lin Ling's intention. At this moment, he roared and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Run! The other gods of the Myriad Oceanic race reacted. They weren't stupid and fled in all directions. Let's see how Lin Ling will chase after them. Don't chase me, don't chase me. While Zhongtu was fleeing, he was shouting in his heart. After that, he turned around to take a look, and his pupils instantly trembled. Because Lin Ling was walking towards him. As for the other members of the Myriad Oceanic tribe, there were other experts chasing after them. And from the looks of it, those people were very strong, able to kill a deity-level giant universe god. Who the hell are these people? His heart rumbled like thunder. It was one thing for one person to be able to battle above their level, but by the looks of it now, it seemed that everyone could do so. This was practically a gathering camp for prodigies of the gods. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He stared at Lin Ling, who was shooting towards him and anxiously wanted to escape. At the same time, a dazzling sword slashed down from the sky. Although of course, Lin Ling could no longer use Pangu's strike. However, with his talent fusion and Lin Ling's universe, his strength was still very strong. While the myriad gravity Earth was already heavily injured. How could it still block? Blood spurted out from the sky as a tentacle fell from the sky. It was the tentacle of the 10,000-layer Earth. His godly body was indeed powerful. He was actually still alive after being killed twice. What a powerful godly body! Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. However, he could also sense that the second strike was much simpler than the first. This meant that the power of the myriad gravity Earth was weakening. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Lin Ling sensed the faith sword and realized that the number of times he could use it was limited. However, it should be more than enough to kill the myriad gravity Earth. Don't kill me. Spare me. The myriad gravity Earth was getting weaker and weaker. He kept begging for mercy, but what greeted him was a strike. Pa! Another tentacle fell to the ground. Pa! Pa! More and more tentacles appeared. Finally, the myriad gravity Earth was killed. On the other side, the myriad oceanic tribe god was also killed. His corpse fell to the ground, and his treasures were plundered. Following that. After that, Jianghu and the others flew back and gathered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Jianghu asked. Of course not. Our Chu Wuzhu hasn't been auctioned yet. Lin Ling shook his head. Killing the myriad oceanic tribe god will probably attract more experts. When that happens, it will be even harder to leave. Saint Guy said. If we are trapped in the purple wind cave, we won't be able to escape. Ray said. Gong, Longnyang, and the others were also worried. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not want to be trapped in one place. Now, we can't leave. Lin Ling shook his head. Even if we leave now, we will be caught halfway. Moreover, I have a feeling that they won't dare to act recklessly in the purple wind cave. If we leave, it will be more troublesome. Lin Ling is right. Ming agreed. However, this choice is also very dangerous. It will depend on our luck. Everyone had followed Lin Ling for a long time. They had been through many life and death situations, so they agreed with Lin Ling's choice. They landed on the ground. These people are so strong. Many of them are saints, but they are so strong that they can kill gods. How could an ordinary god do something like this? Who are they? Seeing Lin Ling and the others return, many people's faces were solemn. Gods who could fight above their level were rare. The most terrifying thing was that these gods were gathered together. Moreover, no one knew the origin of this group of people. If they were newcomers, it would be terrifying. They gave people the feeling that they were a fierce dragon crossing the river. They still haven't left? Do they really want to go against the myriad oceanic clan? I heard that they killed a big shot of the Silver Moon tribe. When the time comes, the myriad oceanic tribe will not be the only ones coming for them. I'm afraid the purple wind cave will not be peaceful. It was only after the auction continued that everyone's attention was diverted. Lord Manager, those guests have killed the myriad sea clan's people. Outside, someone reported to the master of the auction. Zhu in the forest, the middle-aged man in white could not help but smile bitterly. What a group of people with such a strong background. Master, what should we do now? Let them do what they want. We won't interfere in this matter. Let them solve it themselves. However, the people of the myriad oceanic tribe died in our auction. We can't leave them alone. Do as I say. The middle-aged man's voice became dignified. It was not until the reporting god left that he smiled bitterly. What can I do if the myriad oceanic tribe puts pressure on them? They are the disciples of that old man. That old man is probably going to enter the Dao Pagoda. If I don't do this well, it will be difficult to meet him in the future. Now, the myriad oceanic tribe and the Silver Moon tribe are putting pressure on them. It seems that I have to think of a way. Forget it. If they stay in the Purple Wind Cave, then I will do my best to protect them. It can be considered as repaying that old man's kindness. The middle-aged man finally made a decision. Back then, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him once. He had been thinking of ways to repay this kindness. Of course, if that was all, he could choose not to interfere in this matter. It could be considered as repaying the kindness. But Patriarch Bodhi was one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm. Now, not only was he repaying the kindness, but he had also helped him once. In the future, Patriarch Bodhi would definitely help him again if he did not want to cause an effect. Chapter 5189. On the other side, the auction was still going on. However, the previous battle was still lingering in people's minds. Many people began to guess the origin of this group of people. Unfortunately, in the second half of the Dao Pagoda, there were many gods who rose like comets, and each of them could fight above their level. They were very powerful, so they could not guess the origin of this group of people for a while. They only knew that this group of people would inevitably clash with the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silvermoon Clan. Unfortunately, no one knew. Even if there was no such thing, if the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silvermoon Clan knew about Lin Ling's origin, they would still kill Lin Ling. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had killed so easily before. Although the auction had begun, no matter what treasures were taken out, people would more or less look at Lin Ling and the others before bidding. If Lin Ling and the others opened their mouths, they would not raise the price for fear of offending this group of people. After all, a guy who dared to kill people in an auction and was safe and sound, this kind of person could not be provoked. These people seem to be afraid of us. Gradually, young Master Ming also noticed this strange scene. That's true, but do we really look that fierce? Qing Zhu said with a wry smile. I guess we are very fierce. Dragon Mother nodded as if she was serious. Lin Ling also had a wry smile on his face, but he did not care. Since others had let them have it, when they saw a suitable treasure, naturally, they would not be unreasonable. The next treasure is an extremely rare meteorite. It is said that it is one of the materials needed to refine a universe-level divine weapon, Pangu's godly axe. At this time, an irregular stone that looked like a meteorite floated up. The stone was about the size of a millstone. It did not release any spiritual energy and looked very ordinary. One of the materials for Pangu's godly axe? I have Pangu's real body. If I have Pangu's godly axe, I will be able to exert its power greatly. Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flashing, but he secretly shook his head. Pangu's godly axe was definitely made of more than one stone. Moreover, this kind of godly axe, even if one had the materials, who could refine it? Therefore, he was only a little tempted, but he didn't plan to take it for himself. However, he didn't notice that many people were paying attention to his expression. When they saw that he was moved, they immediately sighed. This is a precious unmanned meteorite. If he takes a fancy to it, does that mean it belongs to him? Don't worry about him, just bid as usual. You make it sound so impressive. Why don't you make a bid? You only know how to bewitch others. You're the coward. Come and try me if you can. A spectacle appeared in the auction. Everyone was staring at the stone, but no one bid. He looked like a duck that was being held by the neck, which was very comical. Qing Zhu and the others all shook their heads speechlessly. Did he really think they were murderers? Lin Ling waited quietly for a moment. He also felt that something was strange, but after looking around, he realized what was going on. Laughing, he said, I didn't take a liking to this treasure. If you want it, go ahead and bid for it. Also, don't treat us like villains. It was auctioned according to the rules. Who knows if you'll kill me and steal my treasures? Someone shouted in a low voice. In fact, people were indeed afraid of this. After all, murderers dared to kill people in the Purple Wind Cave. killing people and stealing treasures was nothing. Nonsense, are we that kind of people? Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly and scolded, previously, it was the Myriad Sea clan who provoked us, so we killed them. If no one provoked us, why would we kill them? That's what you said. It seems that he really didn't take a fancy to the unmanned meteorite. Come, let's bid, 500 dragon stones. The scene became lively once again. Everyone was fighting over the treasures, and in the end, an old man obtained the treasures. Ironically, this old man was a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god, but he was still afraid of Lin Ling and the others. It was obvious that no one was stupid. In their opinion, Lin Ling and the others were not only powerful, but they could also kill people in the Purple Wind Cave without incident. In addition, they weren't afraid of the Myriad Sea clan or the Silver Moon clan. Therefore, people guessed that this group of people must have a strong background. TSK, it was sold for 5,000 dragon stones. Lei Gong suddenly said, it's just a material. What if it's our final treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling and the others were looking forward to it. Not long after, it was finally their Chu Wuzhu's turn. After the introduction of the Chu Wuzhu's function, the auction went silent for a while, but soon it became lively again. The fog could ignore all detection and divine abilities. This was a treasure that many gods had at the bottom of their chests. At a critical moment, it could save a life. The auction also stated that a certain method was needed to fully activate this kind of pearl. However, many gods were thinking that they must have a way to break this taboo. I know, this is the treasure of the Chu family in the chaotic realm. Someone who was knowledgeable guessed the origin of this treasure. Then, he explained the status of this treasure in the Chu family, which aroused the interest of many people. Although the Chu family had a strong background, this was the Dao Tower. What was there to be afraid of? As for the Chu family's final treasure, this treasure was even more extraordinary. It would be strange if they did not buy it. As if a bomb had been ignited in the auction, people were in high spirits, and the price kept soaring. At the beginning, the price had reached 3,000 dragon stones, and every time the price was raised, it increased by 500 dragon stones. Lin Ling and the others were shocked to see the price soar, but they were all very happy. These guys pretended to be poor when they were auctioning ordinary treasures. Now that the final treasure is being auctioned, they are all taking out all their money. Lei Gong scolded them with a smile. After a long time, the Chu Wuzhu was sold for 10,000 dragon stones to a mysterious middle-aged man. After getting the treasure, this man left immediately, looking very mysterious. Obviously, he also knew that this treasure was the Chu family's final treasure, so he naturally wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, although the Chu Wuzhu would attract the attention of the Chu family, it was also a powerful life-saving trump card. No one would miss it. No matter if it was a human or a god, they only had one life. It was worth it to pay some risks to survive. 10,000 dragon stones was the highest price in today's auction. TSK, I don't know who put this treasure up for auction, but in the blink of an eye, he earned 10,000 dragon stones. I'm so jealous. Yes, with these dragon stones, I guess my cultivation stage will be greatly improved. Many people were still thinking about the previous craziness. Lin Ling and young Master Ming looked at each other and smiled. These dragon stones were indeed enough for them to become stronger. There were 9 of them, so each of them could get 1,000 dragon stones. Then, several more final treasures were auctioned, and the auction was completely over. Lin Ling and the others hurried backstage. After waiting for a while, Lord Bai arrived and handed over 9,000 dragon stones, of which 1,000 were accepted by the auction house as commission. Lin Ling, the Silver Wind clan and the Myriad Sea clan are waiting outside the auction house. You must be careful. Chapter 5190. As they walked along the corridor, everyone looked solemn. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. They have been waiting for us for a long time. This time, I guess the Silver Moon clan is involved. Lei Gong suddenly said. Although he had prepared himself, he still felt uneasy when he thought of being besieged by the deity clan. Shengyi, Longnyang and the others were silent, but they were looking at Lin Ling. This man had led them through many life and death situations. This time, they could only rely on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what do you think? Young Master Ming asked with a smile. He looked indifferent. What's there to see? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He seemed to have noticed something. Then, he looked at Qingzhu and found that she was also smiling mysteriously. He instantly knew that she had noticed something. As they walked, there was a sea of people outside the auction house. Now, everyone in the Purple Wind Cave knew about Lin Ling and the others. They knew that something big was going to happen after the auction. Did that group of people leave? Not yet. Someone saw them just now. I don't know what kind of battle it will cause. That goes without saying. Those people can't fight against the deity clan. They are doomed. You didn't see him. He is an elder of the Million Sea tribe. His divine body is a tuna. He is extremely powerful and famous on the 6th level. That is Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon clan. He is a ray of moonlight from God Ancestor Silver Moon. He is also very powerful. A series of discussions echoed in every corner of the place. At the entrance of the auction house, two groups of people stood there. Their auras were strong, but they were silent, which made the atmosphere very oppressive. Elders of the Million Sea tribe, have you found out the whereabouts of those people? Suddenly, a burly young man asked. On the myriad oceanic races side, an elder with a long beard and a walking stick said, we still haven't found out where they came from, but we know that they're all very powerful. Not long ago, they killed our myriad oceanic races myriad Earth. I've seen them fight with my own eyes, and I'm sure that most of them are martial saints. With such strength, no wonder he's so arrogant. The burly young man's expression turned cold. No matter what kind of strength you have, all of you will die here today. Yin Chuangyu, said it. Of course. If we don't kill them, what dignity do we have left? The old man with the walking stick also nodded slightly. They continued to wait quietly. They weren't afraid that Lin Ling and the others would escape. After all, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape. After a long time, a large number of figures finally appeared at the door. It was Lin Ling and the others. At this moment, the crowd outside the auction house fell silent. The two god clans stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others as if they wanted to imprint their faces into their hearts. Elder, that white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan and Wan Zhong too. Someone from the Myriad Sea tribe pointed at Lin Ling, young master, he's the one who killed young master Yin Chuangshi. Someone from the Silver Moon clan pointed at young master Ming. The two god clans had locked onto their enemies. You're the one who killed two people from the Myriad Sea tribe. After a moment of silence, the elder from the Myriad Sea tribe spoke. He was holding a walking stick, but the walking stick had a powerful godly power that made people feel as if they were in the universe. Late-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling and the others were secretly shocked. They couldn't resist such strength at all. However, although they were shocked, their expressions didn't change. So you're the one behind those two idiots? Lin Ling nodded slightly. Yes, I killed those two idiots. Is there a problem? How dare you be so stubborn after killing people from the Myriad Sea tribe? The elder stomped his walking stick, his face full of murderous intent. If it weren't for the Silver Moon clan, he would have attacked long ago. Stubborn? Lin Ling sneered. They were already enemies. Was he supposed to be soft if he wasn't stubborn? He said disdainfully, I'm stubborn. So what? You're bluffing. Hearing this, the eyes of the myriad sea tribe members were spitting fire, and their bodies were trembling. From this, it could be seen how furious they were. After all, they were the 12 god clans. They were the ones who bullied others. Now that they were being bullied, the other party dared to be so arrogant. You're the one who killed my 9th brother, right? Tell me your name. At this time, Yin Shuangyu also spoke, his eyes fixed on young Master Ming. Who's your 9th brother? I've killed countless people in my life. Who knows if I killed your 9th brother? Young Master Ming wasn't a kind person. He didn't give face to the Silver Moon clan. How dare you be so arrogant? Yin Shuangyu was furious. My 9th brother was killed in the auction. You only need to say yes or no. So it's that idiot. So what if I did? Young Master Ming nodded, his face full of indifference. This group of people is indeed arrogant. It's just that they can't escape even if they have wings. Where did they get their confidence from? Everyone was shocked. That white-haired man was arrogant, and this evil-looking youth was also arrogant. If you're so capable, tell me your name. Yin Shuangyu asked again. He wanted to know the background of this group of seemingly arrogant but powerful people. Do you think I'll tell you just because you asked me to? Before asking someone, you should tell me your background. Young Master Ming replied disdainfully. How dare you speak so arrogantly after killing my young master? You've gone too far. Seeing young Master Ming's repeated provocations, someone from the Silver Moon clan couldn't help but attack. This person was a middle-stage deity universe giant god with a deity energy of 200 trillion. You're courting death. Unexpectedly, young Master Ming wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and waved his hand. 9 bronze doors appeared. The doors opened quickly, and tumbling dark wind blew out. Underworld. At this moment, the gods of the Silver Moon clan all reacted. Young Master Ming's strength was at the early stage deity universe giant god level, but his deity energy was unimaginably strong. It kept expanding and enveloped the entire Purple Wind Cave. From 100 trillion, it kept increasing until it reached 150 trillion. This is deity energy. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all shocked. Early-stage deity universe giant gods usually had a deity energy of 100 trillion, and this was already considered good. Most of them hadn't reached 100 trillion, but this person had exceeded it by more than half. So strong? Not good. The god of the Silver Moon clan who attacked cried out in alarm. He felt the 9 bronze doors locking onto him, weakening his strength. This was the feeling of death. One weakened while the other strengthened. Young Master Ming's huge hand grabbed over. This wasn't something that the god could only resist. This huge hand was a huge skeletal arm, but it was like the hand of the god of the underworld, dominating life and death. It broke through the universe, pierced through countless deity energy, and suddenly grabbed that god of the Silver Moon clan. Chapter 5191. Hong. The white bony palm clenched, and that deity turned into silver light and dissipated. Everyone was shocked. A middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god died just like that. He died so cleanly and in front of the Silver Moon god clan. Die for me. But at this moment, the ground exploded, and a dazzling light shot up into the sky as though the moon had risen from the ground. Yet another 2 middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods. They seized the opportunity when young Master Ming was finishing his move to unleash their strength and forcefully attacked. Junior brother, make your move. Green Bamboo said to Lin Ling after glancing at the myriad sea clan. Xiao. She shot out, and in midair, she turned into a huge white snake. This white snake bit on a piece of emerald green bamboo, and it swept down towards the moonlight. With this sweep, the originally endless moonlight revealed its true form. It was a moonman covered in dazzling light. This person seemed to be formed by the moonlight. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to attack his body. But the first sweep of the green bamboo swept him out of his body, and the second sweep smashed him down to the ground. Chi chi chi. The sound of people gasping could be heard again. Where did this white snake come from? Why was it so strong? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The last time senior sister helped him, it was in the form of a huge white ape. This time, it was a white snake, but they had a similar characteristic, green bamboo. It seemed that the emerald green bamboo was senior sister's true godly body. "Sir, we will help you." Saint Guai and the others shouted. "No need." Lin Ling did not want to expose his identity, so he stopped everyone. After all, if Lei Gong, Longnyang, and the others attacked, others would be able to guess that they were the host bodies of the world wills. And at that time, new enemies would appear, such as the Rot race and the three god sects of White Mountain. He unleashed his strength, innate talent fusion, universe 3 extremes break, Lin Ling's universe, Pangu's attack, and faith sword. This was the first time he used all his trump cards at the same time. Under normal circumstances, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. But this time, the opponent's attention wasn't on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a sneak attacker. Therefore, when all of this power landed on the body of another powerful god, the god was unable to withstand it for a short period of time and was forcibly suppressed back to the ground. "I'm being suppressed again." Many people narrowed their eyes again, but more of them were staring at Qing Zhu and young Master Ming. Everyone could see that these two were the strongest. The Myriad Sea tribe hadn't made a move yet because they wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now, they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. Those two are merely early-stage deity realm universe giant gods, yet they can easily defeat middle-stage deity realm universe giant gods. As for that white-haired man, he doesn't seem that powerful, but in fact, he is the most terrifying one. After all, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. Has anyone figured out where this group of people came from? The elder from the Myriad Sea tribe asked in a low voice, but most people shook their heads. There was a short period of silence in front of the auction. Countless eyes were fixed on the three great beings in the sky. Everyone was shocked by their strength, but they also knew that they were just showing off their skills. If they really fought, these people wouldn't be a match for the two godly clans. 9 universe stars, underworld reincarnation, young Master Ming. Suddenly, an old voice came from Yin Chuangyu. There was a mark of a moon on his forehead, emitting a soft light. God Ancestor is here. Seeing this mark, the people from the Silver Moon clan were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. God Ancestor Silver Moon? Young Master Ming looked down at Yin Chuangyu, his face full of arrogance. So it's one of the 9 universe stars. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder these people were so powerful. It turned out that their leader was young Master Ming. Many people had heard of this person. It was said that he was one of the most dazzling comets in the second half of the Dao Pagoda. These people are. The old voice sounded once more, and it was directed at Qing Zhu, Lin Ling, and the others. Lin Ling sneered. When the Silver Moon clan was exterminated in the Ocean Saint City, he also heard the voice of the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, it was just a voice, so he didn't know who they were. Why do you want to know so much? Young Master Ming didn't intend to expose Lin Ling and the others. Haha, young Master Ming, do you think that we won't know if you don't tell us? The voice of the Silver Moon clan was full of confidence. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered. He knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was going to send people to attack them. I think that even if you attack us, you won't be able to figure out who we are. But at this time, Green Bamboo also said with a smile. Little girl, you are too confident. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Okay, how do you want to bet? It's very simple. If you can't figure out who we are today, you will avoid us for 3 days when you see us again. What do you think? If you can figure out who we are today, we will be captured. Little girl, you are very confident. I don't believe that you can't figure out who we are. I promise you. After talking for a while, God Ancestor Silver Moon agreed. Green Bamboo laughed happily and said, "That's what you said." Everyone here heard it. I think that God Ancestor Silver Moon won't go back on his words. Of course, if you want to break your promise, I can't do anything about it. But the Silver Moon clan will be despised by others. Well, since we are going to make a bet, I want to know why you didn't come in when you knew that we were at the auction. Instead, you waited for me outside the auction. Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon fell silent. After all, he had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered and said, "We don't want to disturb the order of the auction." So you are afraid of the auction? Green Bamboo smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, if you want to know who we are, you have to catch us. But if we don't leave the auction, I guess you can't do anything about it." Huh, little girl, you are so naive. There are people from all the god clans in the auction. Do you think they will help you? Hearing this, the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe laughed even louder and his voice was full of sarcasm. "I'm sorry. Under the orders of the manager, if the guests don't leave the auction, no one is allowed to catch them." A voice suddenly came, and the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? Did it mean that as long as these people didn't leave the auction, they were not allowed to catch them? Did the auction want to protect them? What does the Purple Wind Cave auction mean? Where is Mr. Mu, your manager? Does he mean the same thing? The face of the old man from the Myriad Sea clan instantly turned ugly. Chuangyu's eyes narrowed. The 2 god clans had come, and even the Silver Moon clan had come. How could the auction not give them face? Chapter 5192. In the auction house, an old man looked at the crowd and said calmly. He was Lord Bai. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the auction house was going to offend the 2 deity clans for these people. Of course, what the manager means is that if they are in the auction house, we will be responsible for them. But if they leave the auction house, we will ignore them. Lord Bai said again. Although he said that, in reality, he was still protecting this group of people. Purple Wind Auction House, what if I ask for these people? Mysterious moonlight spread out from Chuangyu's body, and the head of an old man with silver hair and long hair appeared. God Ancestor Silver Moon was one of the most ancient deities of all eras. He was a dominator who had survived several calamities of the universe. All the deities in the primordial age knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was not very powerful. He had even been beaten to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, he had survived several calamities. From the weakest to the strongest, no one dared to look down on him. He was like a cockroach among the dominators. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. We can't do anything about it. Lord Bai was obviously afraid of God Ancestor Silver Moon. But when he thought of the Lord behind the scenes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let Mr. Mu talk to me." The silver moonlight formed a powerful aura and suppressed Lord Bai. God Ancestor, why do you bully these newcomers? At this time, a smile was heard. Although they did not see Mr. Mu, everyone knew that Mr. Mu had appeared. Mr. Mu, what do you mean? God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly. If he was here, he would not have spoken so politely. He could have just taken the newcomers away. But now, he could not do that. The auction house was not Mr. Mu's. There were several powerful deity clans behind him. They had reached an agreement that no leader of the deity clans could interfere with the auction. Mr. Mu would take care of everything. Only in this way could there be justice. Therefore, even though the God Ancestor Silver Moon had shares in the auction house, he did not dare to do anything for fear of breaking the rules. "I'm sorry." Mr. Mu's voice was heard. Then, there was silence. However, people guessed that it must be something serious. That was why Mr. Mu had secretly transmitted his voice. "No way. The patriarchs of the 12 deity clans are here and the auction house still won't compromise. This group of people probably have a big background. Just wait and see. We'll know the final result." People were also discussing spiritedly. Only now did they realize that this group of people seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. However, what was disappointing was that they only knew the name of one of them. They didn't know the name of the others. "Fine, I'll give face to your Purple Wind auction. However, you must remember, if they leave and your Purple Wind cave dares to interfere, then don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, the voice of God Ancestor Silver Moon floated out. It seemed that he had compromised. Godly Ancestor. The people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race glared at him. They had come in such a grandiose manner, but in the end, they were not allowed to capture anyone? "We'll capture them after they leave the Purple Wind Cave." God Ancestor Silver Moon did not explain and disappeared gradually. Yin Chuangyu, on the other hand, glared at young Master Ming and the others. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't be too complacent. If you have the ability, don't leave the Violet Wind Cave for the rest of your lives. Catch us if you can." Young Master Ming smiled indifferently. "You've got guts. But let me tell you, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The old man from the Myriad Sea clan was also looking at Lin Ling. His beard was straight from anger. Lin Ling said calmly, "We'll talk about it after you catch me. If you can't catch me, then don't talk nonsense." Then, he turned around and led his people into the auction house. They would not leave. "I'm so angry." Seeing Lin Ling and his people leave as if they were going shopping, the people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race stamped their feet angrily again. With so many experts gathered here, it would be easy for them to catch Lin Ling and his people. However, they failed to do so. Mr. Mu must have some scruples, so he reached an agreement with the Godly Ancestor. Otherwise, the Godly Ancestor would not let them go. After being angry, Yin Chuangyu murmured to himself and then left with his people. Although they were not reconciled, they did not dare to disobey the order of the Godly Ancestor. As for the Myriad Sea race, they did not have anyone who could speak for them. That elder was not even as powerful as the Godly Ancestor. Naturally, he did not dare to object. The two groups left one after another, leaving the people in endless reverie. "Lin Ling, what's going on?" When Lin Ling and his people returned to the auction house, Lei Gong and Longnyang were shocked. Only Lin Ling and Qing Zhu looked at each other. In fact, they had already guessed it. After all, if the Silver Moon race really wanted to catch them, why would they wait outside the auction house? This meant that they were also afraid of the auction house. Moreover, when Lin Ling and his people killed at the auction house, the owner of the auction house did not show up and let them do as they pleased. This also meant that something was wrong. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect that the owner of the auction house would protect them in front of God Ancestor Silver Moon. If God Ancestor Silver Moon knew that I was Lin Ling, he would have gone all out to kill me. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. This was also the reason why he did not reveal his identity. "I'm sure." Lei Gong and his people nodded. The branch of the Silver Moon race had been exterminated, so they had become the most wanted criminals of the Silver Moon race. However, the information on each floor of the Tao Pagoda was not so widely circulated, so no one knew them. "Hello." At this time, a light appeared in front of them, and then a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. "I'm Mr. Mu, the owner of the auction house." The middle-aged man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Mu." Except for Lin Ling and Qing Zhu, the others were surprised, but they still saluted him one after another. You have seen what happened before, so I won't explain much. The reason why I helped you was mainly because of you too. Mr. Mu spoke quickly and looked at Lin Ling and Qing Zhu. If we can see Master, we will say a few words for you. Qing Zhu was smooth and slick. She naturally knew that Mr. Mu helped them not because of friendship, but because of their master. Thank you. Mr. Mu bowed slightly to Qing Zhu and said, You can stay here at ease. You can leave whenever you want. But I have to remind you that once you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. However, if you stay here for a long time, they will inevitably find a way to trick you out. Our auction house can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourselves. Understood. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Mr. Mu once again entered the light and disappeared. So it's because of you, Lin Ling. What's going on? Lei Gong and the others were still confused. The last time I went to the Chaos Realm, I was accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Subhoodie. Patriarch Subhoodie is one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm, so Mr. Mu also gave face to Patriarch Subhoodie. Lin Ling explained. Lei Gong and the others gasped. They did not expect Lin Ling's background to be so strong. Now, what do we do? Stay here until we're old? I won't do it. I'm going to the 18 Dragon Mountains to continue looking for dragon stones. Chapter 5193. We have a lot of dragon stones now, let's break through first. After our strength increases, we'll find a chance to leave this place. As long as we rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains, with the geographical environment there, it'll be very difficult to find us. Lin Ling suggested. Everyone immediately agreed. They had long wanted to find a safe place to cultivate. After all, the dragon stones were a burden to them. Soon after, Lin Ling found Lord Bai and asked him where he could find a safe place to cultivate. Lord Bai brought Lin Ling and the others to the auction house. There was a huge ancient lake there, and there were few people. All kinds of beautiful white birds were flying around. It was quite a peaceful place. This place belongs to the auction house. You can cultivate here. As long as you don't leave, I guarantee your safety. Thank you, Lord Bai. After Lord Bai left, everyone began to look for their own cultivation places. There were many caves at the side of this beautiful ancient lake. The caves were clean and tidy, very suitable for cultivation. It seemed to be the cultivation place of the predecessors. Moreover, there was a colorful mist floating out of the ancient lake. It was a dense spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling informed Qing Zhu and the others and chose a clean cave abode. When they entered, they saw that there was not a speck of dust in the cave abode. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, very much like the place cultivators used for seclusion. And the wind in the ancient lake could blow into the cave. It was extremely comfortable. Lin Ling casually set up some barriers at the entrance of the cave, and then began to cultivate. He had a lot of dragon stones now, so he should be able to break through this time. A dragon stone appeared in his hand. He looked up and down and saw that the dragon stone was like a gem. There were clouds of smoke swimming inside, it was very magical. Moreover, when he looked carefully, it was as if he could see a dragon swimming inside. Moreover, if he poured his divine energy into it, he would find that the dragon stone was fixed, just like a dragon's eye. The dragon stone is the product of the 18 Dragon Mountains, and the Dragon Mountains are formed by the 18 ancestral dragons. Their dragon chi is really huge, condensing into stones. Lin Ling used the primal chaos divine formula and began to refine the dragon stone. Surprisingly, the refining speed was faster than Lin Ling had imagined. These dragon stones were very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, after entering his body, he felt as if a dragon was swimming in his body, it was very comfortable. Refined? Following that, Lin Ling detected that the dragon stone turned into divine essence, being absorbed by the first dantian. This speed was so fast that it once again exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder so many people were fighting over the dragon stones. The first dantian has become stronger. Continue. Lin Ling took out a large number of dragon stones and continued to refine them. The first dantian was constantly expanding, as if the universe was constantly expanding. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally felt the pressure bearing down on him after consuming 1/3 of the dragon stones. It was the divine tribulation. Breaking through the first dantian was indeed more troublesome than breaking through the other dantians. However, if the first dantian was not broken through, it would be difficult to break through the other dantians. Scram! Lin Ling waved his arm. Facing the divine tribulation, it was as if he was driving away flies. The main reason was that his cultivation level wasn't high, but his strength was very strong. Rumble. In the sky, the formless divine tribulation was destroyed by Lin Ling. After all, this was not the divine tribulation of a major realm, so its power was not very strong. After the divine tribulation disappeared, Lin Ling's first dantian successfully entered the middle stage of the saint realm of the universe giant god realm. His deity energy, soul energy, and fleshly body energy were all improving, with the deity energy increasing the most. Lin Ling was delighted. This Tao Pagoda was indeed the best place for gods to improve their strength. He took out the dragon stones again and, in a spurt of energy, pushed the other dantians into a new realm. After the first dantian successfully broke through, the other dantians were obviously much simpler. Under the crazy smashing of the dragon stones, they all broke through. In the sky where Lin Ling was, the formless pressure was still dissipating. It was the power of the divine tribulation. Someone is breaking through in that direction. Judging by the momentum of the divine tribulation, it seems like a deity realm giant god is breaking through. Breaking through is a joyous occasion. I really envy that god. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all envious. After all, it was not easy to break through at their level of strength. Treasures, foundations, and opportunities were indispensable. Some gods remained stagnant for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Even if they had treasures, their foundations and comprehension of the universe were not enough, and they still could not break through. Lin Ling has broken through. Beside the ancient lake, Xiaoluan and Longnyang were looking in Lin Ling's direction. They were happy for Lin Ling. The stronger Lin Ling is, the further he can lead us. Longnyang was somewhat excited. Thinking of the man she worshipped, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Longnyang, if it weren't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have died long ago. Even if we didn't die, we would be ordinary members of the masses. It was Lin Ling who led us to the end of the universe. Sometimes, I feel very lucky to have met Lord Lin Ling. Xiaoluan said while looking at the calm lake. Longnyang nodded. Thinking of how she and Lin Ling had changed from enemies to close friends, she also felt very lucky. Of course, more than that, it was a kind of happiness. She did not ask for any promises from Lin Ling. As long as she could follow Lin Ling, she would be satisfied. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sprinting with all his might. His dantians were smoothly breaking through. His godly power was also rising like a boat rising with the tide. After an unknown amount of time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him. It was as though he was floating in the universe. However, these mysterious signs disappeared very quickly, and everything returned to normal. Middle stage universe giant god saint. Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if they had been there since ancient times. My godly power has doubled. It's now in the 8 trillion range. My fleshly body has also doubled. It's now in the 4 trillion range. My soul power has increased the least. There's only a small fluctuation. Lin Ling sensed that his overall strength had increased by a full 40%. Now, he was confident that he was 100% invincible among saints. An early-stage universe giant god could probably defeat 80% of the gods. It was still more difficult for him to defeat the stronger ones, but he still had a 50% chance. Jade-clothed flesh fruit. After that, a fruit that looked like a flesh tumor appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the food of the giant god clan and the Pangu clan. It was extremely rare in this universe, and he had obtained it from an auction. How do I refine this? Lin Ling looked it up and down. Then, he ate it like a fruit. He took a bite. The taste was not very good. There was a fishy smell, like the smell of gasoline. However, after this smell spread throughout his body, Lin Ling instantly felt an indescribable feeling. It was as though he liked this smell very much. This was his body's liking. After all, he had the body of a Pangu. When he encountered the food of the past, he naturally felt that it was indispensable. I didn't expect that my body would like such a disgusting thing. Lin Ling was speechless. However, he felt that the more he smelled it, the more fragrant it was. Then, he ate it in big mouthfuls. He finished the palm-sized fruit in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he discovered that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His strength was increasing crazily. Lin Ling felt as though he was creating a new world and tearing apart any universe. Chapter 5194. His physical strength had reached 10 trillion. His power of God had reached 8 trillion. If he fused his innate talents with Panga's attack, his power would reach 3.6 billion. It could be said that no one in the saint level had such terrifying power. Moreover, Lin Ling's Pangu's finger and Pangu's attack could increase his power and invincibility. Lin Ling's invincibility was actually limited. If the opponent's power of God was too strong, the invincibility would only last for a short period of time. If the opponent exceeded Lin Ling's power by 3 times or even 10 times, the invincibility would lose its effect. Now that his physical strength had increased, this resistance would undoubtedly increase again. Dragon stones are indeed powerful. Lin Ling was shocked. These dragon stones were almost comparable to chaos stones. Now, he had used up all his dragon stones, and only 9 dragon stones were left. This stone gathered the essence of 9 dragon stones, and Lin Ling planned to use it to break through at the last moment. I don't know how long I've been in seclusion this time. Lin Ling left the cave and saw an ancient lake. A gentle breeze blew past, ruffling the lake water. It was a beautiful scenery. Lin Ling felt incomparably comfortable as he enjoyed the breeze. Looking around, Lin Ling saw Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others beside the ancient lake. It seems that young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and Saint Guy are still in seclusion. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared, appearing beside Lei Gong and the others. Who is it? Lin Ling? Lei Gong and Longyang were stunned at first, then they smiled happily. You've all broken through to the peak of the saint-level universe god realm. Lin Ling looked at them and saw that their power had increased. He was instantly happy for them. And Lin Ling had a feeling that they were actually just one step away from the deity level. They were just waiting for the arrival of the deity level. However, this was normal. Lei Gong and Longyang couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 8 dantians and needed more resources to break through. Moreover, Lin Ling had used up all his dragon stones this time, but Lei Gong and the others didn't. They must have left a lot behind. You've also broken through. Longyang looked Lin Ling up and down and smiled. If I can't break through with so many dragon stones, I'll have to go back to my grandma's house. Lin Ling shook his head. Only the 2 of you broke through? There's also Xiaoluan, but he's left and hasn't been back for 2 days. Lei Gong and Dragon Lady looked at each other. Dragon Lady suddenly said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Didn't I tell you not to leave this place? Lin Ling was stunned and frowned. Mr. Mu had already reminded them that he would only protect them during the auction. Now that Xiaoluan had disappeared, who knew if she had left this area? How could Lin Ling not be worried? It's like this. Longnyang quickly said. It turned out that she and Xiaoluan had already come out of seclusion and were waiting for everyone. But one day, Xiaoluan told Longnyang that she wanted to walk around. Originally, Longnyang wanted to stop her. But Xiaoluan said that she wanted to see if there were any spiritual herbs nearby. In addition, Longnyang thought that she wouldn't go far, so she let her go. Longnyang thought that Xiaoluan would be back soon. In the end, he had disappeared for 2 days. Xiaoluan isn't someone who doesn't know the importance of things. Maybe she really had something to do and left, but she would definitely tell us. Lin Ling frowned. Why don't we wait a little longer? After all, it's only been 2 days. Lei Gong said. To the gods, 2 days was just a blink of an eye. Lin Ling shook his head. Outside the auction, the 2 god tribes are eyeing us covetously. 2 days is enough for a lot of changes to happen. I guess that Xiaoluan is indeed walking around, but the people from the 2 god tribes must have used some tricks to deceive her. Xiaoluan has left. The people from the 2 god tribes don't dare to violate the agreement, so they won't enter here. But it's inevitable that they will use some tricks. After Lin Ling's analysis, Lei Gong and the rest also felt that it was right. They suddenly became worried. Should we inform young Master Ming and the rest? Longnyang asked. Lin Ling looked behind and shook his head. They might be at the critical moment of breaking through. It's better not to inform them. We'll look for her ourselves. Longnyang, which direction did Xiaoluan leave in? That way. Longnyang pointed to the east of the ancient lake. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was a land of lavender. Butterflies were dancing in the air. It was very beautiful. It was no wonder that Xiaoluan walked over there. He was bored of waiting. When he saw the beautiful flowers, he naturally wanted to take a look. Lin Ling pondered. Suddenly, he said, Longnyang, you go alone. We'll follow behind you. I'm afraid that if we go together, we'll alert the enemy. Okay. Longnyang also agreed with Lin Ling's opinion. She quickly walked in the direction of the ancient lake. Lin Ling, will everything be fine? Lei Gong watched Longnyang leave. He was still worried. This place belongs to the auction. The 2 god tribes don't dare to offend Mr. Mu. They definitely won't dare to come close to this place or spy on this place. But if we leave the range of the ancient lake, we will be in their sights. So Longnyang will go alone. Maybe they will notice us. But if we stay at the ancient lake, they won't know. If the 2 god tribes really make a move secretly, as long as they catch Longnyang, they will definitely bring her to Xiaoluan. At that time, we'll just save her. Lin Ling analyzed. But if there's a conflict and we can't come back in time, we will be surrounded by the 2 god tribes. At that time, Mr. Mu won't be able to come out. No one can save us. Lei Gong frowned. There's no other way. Even if we know it's dangerous, we still have to do it. We can't leave Xiaoluan alone. Moreover, their target is me and young Master Ming. So as long as they don't catch us, Xiaoluan is still safe for the time being. Lin Ling said. Then, he and Lei Gong concealed themselves and quietly followed Longnyang. They didn't dare to get too close. Lin Ling only left a strand of soul strength on Longnyang for investigation purposes. Longnyang moved forward along the ancient lake. After a while, she finally arrived at the place where the flowers were. Then, she realized that this place was very big and extended all the way. It was full of lavender. Longnyang was very smart. She smiled and continued to move forward. Xiaoluan. At the same time, she kept shouting. She intended to remind the people who were supervising this place. What a beautiful flower. Of course, she didn't show any signs of worry. She gave people the impression that she was just looking for something casually. After moving forward like this for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she was already deep in the flowers. She was getting further and further away from the ancient lake. At the same time, several scorpions were crawling on the edge of the flowers. They looked ordinary, but they were quietly staring at Longnyang. Another woman came out. Unfortunately, young Master Ming and the others didn't come out. Last time, they caught a woman. Now, there's another one. Is it to tempt her to leave? Chapter 5195. Suddenly, a five-colored brilliance appeared in front of them and blended into the flowers. It was so beautiful that one would be lost in it. Longnyang swept her gaze and was immediately lost in it. However, she was still clear-headed and knew that there was something fishy about these flowers. However, even though she kept reminding herself, after staring at the brilliance for a long time, she still gradually lost herself. Because in the brilliance, she saw herself when she was young. It was as if she had returned to her childhood. She even saw her parents. She walked towards the direction of the brilliance with a blissful smile on her face. What a powerful illusory realm. This is the power of the universe, and it has reached the level of the five realms universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were far away from Longnyang. However, the soul force that Lin Ling left on Longnyang detected them. He was secretly shocked. No wonder Xiaoluan and Longnyang would fall for it. After all, if it was a frontal attack, relying on the willpower of the two women's worlds, ordinary early-stage deities would definitely not be their match. Because, after experiencing Longshi's upgrade, they were no longer the same as before. But if it was a frontal attack, they would not be able to resist. Ultimately, it was because their realms were too low and their foundations were too weak. It was just that the willpower of the world was strong. But it was different for Lin Ling. Not only was his willpower strong, his foundations were also very frightening. Naturally, he would not fall for it. So powerful. Even if I stared at that brilliance, I almost fell for it. Lei Gong exclaimed. Lin Ling, what should we do now? Follow carefully. Lin Ling said in a low voice. His soul force was still locked onto Longnyang. He was deeply afraid that Longnyang would get lost. After all, once she got lost, they would not be able to find her again. Longnyang was still moving forward, and a mountain range quietly appeared in front of her. The mountain was not high, but there was a huge brilliance at the foot of the mountain. It was very beautiful, making the foot of the mountain look like a fairyland. Longnyang entered the brilliance with a blissful smile. She went in. Lei Gong immediately panicked and wanted to pull Lin Ling to catch up. Lin Ling originally thought the same, but his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped Lei Gong. Sure enough, after Longnyang entered, a few little scorpions crawled on the ground towards the five-colored light. They emitted a weak sound, and everything seemed very normal. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a wisp of divine energy from them. These scorpions were not divine beasts or the like, but the god race. Lei Gong, look! Lin Ling hurriedly pointed at the scorpions, and Lei Gong did not react at first, but he gradually realized that something was wrong, because the scorpions seemed to be talking. It's probably the sea scorpion, the myriad oceanic race. Lei Gong's expression changed drastically. If it wasn't for Lin Ling stopping him, they would have been discovered. At that time, it would be even more difficult to save Xiaoluan and the others. As the scorpions gradually entered the light also gradually disappeared. Quick! At this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He disappeared from where he was with the thunder god and rushed into the light. This light seemed to be a teleportation array. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, they found themselves on a street. Although this street was a little simple, it was very lively. Gods from various eras were constantly walking and buying the treasures around them. Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other and knew where they were. After all, not long ago, they were buying things on this street. Then, they looked around and found a few people walking in front of them. These people's skin was slightly dark, and they were wearing brown robes. However, Lin Ling was sure that these people were the scorpions from before, and they were now in human form. They walked into a restaurant, and Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. This restaurant was very big, and there were many manners inside. "Customers, are you eating or staying?" someone asked. "Staying." Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already put on their cloaks and covered their faces. Although it might not be able to stop the myriad sea races investigation, as long as they were not at close range, they might not be able to see their origins. "If you're staying, please follow me," that person said with a smile and was very polite. "You have independent manners here, right? We want to stay in a manor." "Yes, yes. Manors cost 1 dragon stone per day. What do you think?" "We'll stay." 1 dragon stone per day was indeed expensive. Of course, if it was just housing, it obviously wouldn't be so expensive. Generally speaking, those who could stay in manors mostly had powerful backgrounds, and there were many people staying there, unlike Lin Ling and the others who only had 2 people. Then, under the guidance of that person, Lin Ling walked out of the inn and came to the other side. They felt as if they had entered another universe. The area here was very large, and there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were manors under the mountains. It was truly a magnificent place. This was a paradise, and it was comparable to the ancient lake. Moreover, there were lights flickering in the sky above those manors, which seemed to be some kind of protective cover. "Customers, if you want to stay, please pay 100 dragon stones. As for which manor you want to stay in, you can choose it yourselves," the person who led Lin Ling and the others in said with a smile. Lei Gong immediately gave 100 dragon stones and casually picked a manor. "Thank you." That person was shocked. He saw that these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes and guessed that they were not important people. However, he didn't expect that these 2 people would hand over 100 dragon stones without batting an eyelid. He hurriedly formed a barrier and gave it to Lin Ling and the others. With this barrier, Lin Ling and the others could enter the manor. Of course, they could only stay in one manor. "If there's anything else, I'll look for you." Lin Ling left these words and led Lei Gong forward. In the end, they chose a manor. The main reason was that this manor gave Lin Ling the feeling that it was the closest to Longyang. This meant that Longyang was close to this manor. After Lin Ling and the others entered the manor, they immediately started talking. "Xiaoluan and Longyang must be in one of these manors. I just don't know which manor," Lei Gong said. "It's not difficult to find the manor, but there must be a large number of powerful gods in the manor. If we want to save them, we'll probably have to end the battle quickly." "Lin Ling, you're right. Catching them off guard might be our only advantage." Both of them came to a decision and didn't make a move. They were still paying attention to their surroundings. They saw that there were usually very few people walking around the manor under the Green Mountain. There were only a few scattered people, but they were all very powerful. Moreover, they quickly entered the manor. On the way, Lin Ling also saw the gods of the Million Sea tribe. They had all entered the same manor. That manor was obviously where Longyang and Xiaoluan were imprisoned. "Let's do it. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be," Lin Ling said decisively. "How about this? I'll be in charge of attracting their attention while you secretly rescue them. Once we succeed, we'll retreat immediately," Lei Gong suggested.